I'm gaveling us in. Mics are all on. And at this time, I'd like to offer our dear friend Steve Ray to give us the invocation. If you do have a hat, if you would remove it, and if you would please stand.
Lord, we thank you for this day and for this weather that you're giving us. We especially thank you, Lord, for the law enforcement officers that are here before us today and for the work that they do daily, putting their lives on the line for the people of Nueces County. God, we just thank you for the County Commissioners Court and what they've been doing and the fact that they're moving Corpus Christi and Nueces County forward. We ask you to bless us all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. And now the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Madam Clerk, I do certify that it's 9:14 a.m. We are at 901 North Leopard, Nueces County Courthouse. I do certify a quorum is present. At this time, we have the minutes from April 24th, 2019. I'd entertain a motion to accept them.
So moved.
And a second, please. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Just to note, Commissioners, the workshop is listed next, but as you see, it will be convened at the conclusion of the regular agenda, after executive session, I might add. And at this time, I'd like to call Tyner. We have a few resolutions, all of which are pretty monumental this month. And we'll start with Disabled American Veterans and Memorial Day.
I'll proceed, Judge.
Please do.
Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember those who gave life and limb in the world wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, and the many military conflicts that engaged our troops and naval forces during these past decades. Whereas we remember those who defended this great land of ours, those who lived through the horror of war, those who came home sick or injured, and those who took their last breath in battle. Whereas our disabled American veterans surely gave up the ease and security of civilian life, leaving farm and factory, home and classroom to defend the United States freedoms we enjoy every day. Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember and honor all veterans, and we especially recognize those giving limb and injury as a sacrifice for our freedom. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that on this Memorial Day, May 27th, 2019, the court honors our disabled American veterans and urges all citizens of Nueces County to offer gratitude for the many sacrifices of our veterans for the freedom provided to every citizen of Nueces County.
Thank you.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. That's great. Tyner, do you want to just offer that the Memorial Day,
Yeah, we'll get it to the right person, Judge.
okay, that would be wonderful.
Yes.
And also, as you know, Commissioners, there's going to be a great celebration at Seaside on Monday, Seaside Memorial Park. Welcome you to join me there. At this time, we're going to proceed to number 2, which is National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. And I'd like to recognize that Sheriff Hooper is with us. As long as he doesn't mind, we'll ask him to come forward. We have so many great members of his staff, so many deputies. Tyner, if you'll start and then let the sheriff make some comments.
Sure will. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984 by President Ronald Reagan when he signed Proclamation 5187 creating National Correction Officers Week to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, community corrections across the country. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week became the official name the first week in May when in 1986 the U.S. Senate officially changed the name from National Correctional Officers Week. Whereas National Correction Officers Week and Employees Week has been designated as the week of May 5, 2019 through May 11, 2019 by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week honors the work of correctional officers and correctional personnel for their service with honor, respect, and integrity, and raises the awareness of the duties, hazards, and sacrifices made by the correctional employees. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers and employees for their role in safeguarding the citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the week of May 5 through May 11, 2019 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. All citizens are encouraged to pay tribute to all the many correctional employees working in Nueces County for the vital public service they provide.
Thank you. Sheriff, welcome.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. This means a lot, and it's greatly appreciated that you recognize the valuable employees and their service, the men and women standing behind me. We graduated 10 just last week, and I was grateful to see the media showing up. And I made the comment that usually the only time someone talks about correctional officers or they talk about the Nueces County Jail is when something bad happens. But the media was there that day to celebrate with us 10 new hires. And what is standing behind me, who is standing behind me now are the men and women of the Nueces County Jail. And I appreciate them every single day, not just during Correctional Officers Week, but every single day. And every time I have an opportunity, and I want y'all to know this, every time I have an opportunity to speak in public, whether it's 2 people or 200 people, I celebrate you and I celebrate what you do every day. Thank you very much. Hey, I want to just give you I want to give the mic to Chief Arnold, who is ultimately responsible for all of the men and women behind me, and he can tell you a little bit about who's with us here today and what they do for us.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you all for this proclamation. What you have here are correctional staff, some of which are in the middle of defensive tactics training. These individuals have to abide by more regulation than any other law enforcement in the nation. Texas Commission on Jail Standards is about as thick as the Penal Code and Code of Criminal Procedure and Transportation Code all combined. And they have to make sure that we're in compliance. And they do it every day. They do it for 12 and a half hours every single day. I'm glad that someone is recognizing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Officers, deputies, sheriff, chief, this is such a small token of our appreciation. I will just speak from a point of personal privilege here. I want to thank all of you as heroes for Nueces County. Everything that you do is critical to our safety, to the justice that we provide, and also to the dignity and the civility that we also stand for as a nation. And I know because I have spent a lot of hours in this last 6 months with Sheriff Hooper, and I know that you have a strong leader, one who's committed to the same values that we have here at Commissioners Court. And so I hope that we will continue to work together collaboratively. There are many things, many resources you need. We know, and we're going to try to work together to get you not only the best equipment to let you do your job, but we're going to make sure that the facility that you work in, the environment and the ambiance is also commensurate with what is the top of jail standards. And also you should know that we're ready to make certain that when needed, we advocate for you. Sheriff and Chief, we went to Austin this legislative session, and it was something that most of you didn't get to see or hear or know about, but it's good to know that when issues arise and when people ask us the tough questions, we go up there collectively to advocate for our position, because we know, above all, we follow the law here in Nueces County, thanks to all of you. We're just so grateful. I think that what would be nice, commissioners, would you like them to come forward, or do you think there's room back here? I was going to suggest up here, maybe.
Or we
What
can
do you
go down
think?
there if you want to.
Yeah, let us come to you, and
Judge, I do need to make a motion. to
Absolutely.
Pass the resolution.
go ahead.
So,
So let's go ahead and pass it, then we'll move forward for our photo, if you would indulge us that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, let us come to you, and maybe you all can just come forward, Sheriff? Yep.
I think you would stand back here.
Fill in the well back here.
Appreciate your hard work. I know sometimes you don't always feel appreciated, but today we get to tell everybody.
Come here, guys. This side over here.
Fill in the well too, so we get everybody in.
You may want to stand up.
Hello, thank you. I'm with you, Jack. It's a good thing I'm 5'9". But 10 feet.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Good job. Well done.
Okay, I'll come back there.
Women in the middle. Hey, women in the middle. Women in the middle.
Shoot, I don't know, man. Oh, look, I don't have to do this. Who's got us? Paul?
Judge,
You got it?
You want to boost?
It's embarrassing, I'm so short. Come over here, Carolyn, because we can't be said. We can't be seen there.
No, we can't. What are we gonna do?
Let's come up here. Come on, come with me. Gentlemen, the ladies are going to go up front. You stand right
Be that way.
there.
They're gonna crop us out of the photo.
Yeah,
exactly right.
I'm telling you.
We're going to get cropped out.
I'm telling you, Sheriff,
Only
you know,
Carolyn and the judge support it.
thing comes
Well,
right.
I got the sweating point down right now, so we can do this.
On your tiptoes. Got it? Oh, no.
Guys, good luck up there, okay? Y'all be careful.
Great. Keep inviting us to the, I got to go to one of the little graduations.
Yeah.
I was traveling home that Wednesday from DC. You came, right?
Commissioner was here.
You were here too? Yeah. Okay.
I was here for that, before that one too.
As they make their way out, Tyner, will you start us on the Fair Housing Month resolution?
Judge, since this is a requirement that we do annually, I'm going to read the now therefore portion.
That would be nice. Thank you. Do we have anybody here representing, just so that we could recognize? No?
No.
Maria, just join Tyner. Okay, go ahead. Start with the wherefore.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims June as Fair Housing Month in Nueces County, and do hereby urge all citizens of this locality to become aware of and support the fair housing law.
Thank you.
So moved.
And I've got a motion, a second. Any discussion?
Should I?
Maria?
So we receive money from, housing and urban development.
Right,
So this
HUD.
is a requirement for almost all of our grants to further fair housing activities. So the proclamation is one of a couple of activities that we conduct every year. So it's the proclamation. We also do a public notice in the paper. And again, it's a requirement for almost all of our grants. So
Thank you. And a requirement for any good community as well, to make sure that they provide fair housing. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And now let's move to the Family Drug Court Program.
And I'm going to do the now therefore as well, Judge.
Okay?
Now therefore, be it ordered and resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court does authorize and establish the Nueces County Family Drug Court Program at County Court Law Number 5 pursuant to Chapter 122 of the Texas Government Code to enable it to provide services needed by the citizens of our county. Specifically, the drug court program will consist of the following: integration of substance abuse treatment services in the processing of civil cases, the use of comprehensive case management approach involving the Department of Family and Protective Services, caseworkers, court-appointed case managers, and court-appointed special advocates to rehabilitate a parent who has had a child removed from the parent's care by the department. Also, early identification and prompt placement of eligible parents who volunteer to participate in the program. 4, comprehensive substance abuse needs assessment and referral. Number 5, a progressive treatment approach with specific requirements that a parent must meet to advance the next phase of the program. 6, monitoring of abstinence through periodic alcohol or other drug testing. 7, ongoing judicial interaction with program, monitoring and evaluation of program goals and effectiveness. 9, continuing interdisciplinary education to promote effective program planning, implementation, and operations, and the development of partnerships with public agencies and community organizations. Funding for such program will be provided for as set out and allowed under Chapters 121 and 122 of the Texas Government Code and any subsequent amendments.
So moved.
And I'll need a second. And hearing those, motion second, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to take a look at public comment, and I'm going to sign up myself here, just briefly. Timothy, do you mind, come on up? And following Timothy, Maria, you'll be next.
My name is Timothy. I'm the Nueces County Risk Manager. I reside at 15062 Realis. Good morning, Judge.
Good
Ma'am,
morning.
Commissioners. Most time people come up here for public comment, they're complaining or wanting something. Well, that's not the case today. I just wanted to give you a quick brief and synopsis of what your risk management department is doing and is currently going to do. First of all, we are meeting our objectives with regards to our insurance claim with our public adjuster. We've had phenomenal support from the various department heads and the contractors to meet those tasks set forth by the adjuster in accordance with our claims. So without going into specifics here in open court, once more detail comes in, you will all be notified and kept abreast of what is actually occurring in any money that's recouped from this point on. Secondly, per your direction, Judge, next Commissioners Court, we're going to start implementing the safety brief, which you wanted to. We went yesterday, got their format. We're making some adjustments to it, and by I think the next court is June 5th. I'm going to work with Tyner on that one. That way we get it set on the agenda, and that'll be from here on out. And lastly, I'm going to read this verbatim. As part of the risk managers and risk management department's responsibilities, it is to review Nueces County policies with regards to loss prevention and the mitigation of Nueces County risk exposure. In the coming months, the Risk Management Department will be presenting policies before the court for discussion, recommendation, and approval. Working closely with the court, elected officials, department heads, and outside agencies, the Nueces County vehicle policy will be addressed. Nueces County emergency procedures will be addressed, in addition to courthouse security. But most importantly, it's going to be the formulation and implementation of the communicable disease response plan for employees in conjunction with the city, county health district, and the hospital services. And that's in our legal department. And that'll be coming in the next couple of months. I know you have the budget and everything coming up, but that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Maria Bedia.
Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Vaughn, I want to extend an invitation to not only the Commissioners Court, but to the public for the Cindy Park Colonia ribbon cutting. It will be held on Thursday, May 30th at 2 p.m. at 4623 Cindy Lane, which is located outside, well, in Robstown is the address, but it's within the Cindy Park Colonia. All of you should have gotten an invitation in your mailboxes, but I also wanted to extend an invitation to the public. It will be a great event. We are finally being able to provide clean drinking water to some of the residents that were hooked on to the previously kind of dilapidated water well. So we're excited. We want to invite everybody again Thursday, May 30th at 2 p.m. at 4623 Cindy Lane in Robstown.
Okay, thank you. Even though I'm first, I'm going to give you defer. Commissioner Brent Chesney, public comment. No, I'm just joking with you.
Just very quickly, and I appreciate her coming up because it reminded me to remember to also invite all the public and the Commissioners Court to the Parker Pool reopening on Friday at 10 a.m. There in Flower Bluff. For those of you who don't know where Flower Bluff is, I can lead the way for you. But seriously, I hope you will come and join in that wonderful project that the county has worked with the city and Coastal Bend Friends of Aquatics, and I hope you'll join us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have two announcements. The first is that the same day that we're having that great ribbon cutting at Cindy Park, earlier from 11 to 1 is State of the County. It's your county, and I hope that you will join us, if you can, at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds from 11 to 1. Tickets are available on the United Chamber of Commerce website. It's all run really through the Chamber of Commerce, but it'll be our county's presentation. And I hope to highlight all of the amazing work that our county is doing. I also hope to reflect upon the last 100-plus days of my being in office and hope to present our future. So looking forward to having this experience with all of you, and we're actually going to be looking about live streaming it as well, but I don't have that promise yet, so I hope that you will investigate through the Chamber of Commerce and be a part of your State of the County. The last announcement is probably the more very important one, and that is that this county judge, and I hope it's okay, commissioners, to say on behalf of the County Commissioners Court, we extend our congratulations and our recognition and our pride for having Kara Sands, our county clerk, be appointed by the governor, Greg Abbott, to the Texas Retirement District System. It's very important because not only are we a part of this system, but to be able to have a local voice and to be able to share with her if there are concerns. We're not going to have to worry that we have to go to Austin or look for somebody else. This news came to us about a week ago, and we were actually traveling, and we didn't get to really give it the due. But I hope this is all right because it's going out to everyone that that hears this Commissioners Court meeting, and hopefully everyone listening in the building. We wish you well in this great endeavor, and we hope that that you keep those funds in great shape for all of us, but mainly correctional officers. I hope you feel good. I mean, tell them and the deputy sheriffs and that we have somebody local protecting our retirement system. It's a big deal, and we thank the governor for choosing someone from South Texas.
Judge, if I could follow up, I did want to also add my
Yes.
congratulations to Ms. Sands for that. That is a great effort. And I also wanted to go back on the Parker Pool issue and thank Edward and his staff because they have done an amazing job of helping get that going. So I would be remiss if I didn't do that. So thank you very much on that. Thank you, Judge. Okay.
And at this time, I'm going to pass it back, Edward. I think we have one more public comment being indicated. And court recognizes Ms. Margaret Fratella.
Sign later. Go ahead.
We can sign later, just as long as you sign for the record. Just your name. If you just, for the record, just your name and your address.
Maybe you should want to speak. Maybe you should let them speak.
Good morning. Thank
Good-
you so
good
much.
morning.
Judge. I appreciate. I know that we are tied up with the time. Thank you so much for giving a wonderful speech to our Corpus Christi Executive Association today early in the morning, and appreciate your hard work that you're doing. And I have a question that I would like to know. What is the policy at the Nueces County on collecting the fines? I have this habit to go in a courtrooms. I just love to watch the attorneys and the judges. And I heard a lot of judges, they give fines to the guilty person. And about 10 years ago was a big issue about that because county had a lot of fines uncollected. And I think it will be another source of revenue. So if you can put it in agenda, I would just like look into that and see how much fines that uncollected, and will be probably another revenue for the county. I know that you were struggling and working so hard to make money for the county. So that's why I'm here today.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
Are there, yes, sir.
Move your hat.
If you don't mind, just, yes. And then you can come forward and take the podium, and then don't forget to sign after you visit, after you speak. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. My name is John Medina. I live at 4931 Moki Drive. And every time that I've come out here to the courthouse, I see police cars that are parked in the red zone over here. And what makes them special or privileged to park there? Not even the handicap, I just have to voice my opinion on that. And back again, the last time that I was here, I made a comment regarding what happened with Ms. Vaughn. She went out there to the city hall and basically spoke against me, trying to defend the mayor. And all I did was what I saw, which was a division, and they're still sitting the way that they place themselves. And what are the odds? What are the odds of you have 9 people and then 3 sit in the middle of the what are the odds? I know you say that there's a rotation, but the odds don't it. And I've seen it. That can't be true because there's one that has not moved. And I just had to voice my opinion regarding that. And I will continue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll close public comment, and we will move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners, we have consent agenda items A through R. At this time, I'll ask for a
Judge, I need to table S. Actually, we have I think there's an S on there too, right? And there was some additional documentation that I wasn't aware of, so I need to table that to the next meeting, please. S.
table S.
I was going to pull it. Are you going to table it?
Yes.
Okay, somehow I lost my pencil. Tyner, I don't know where
So I would move to table S until the next meeting, please.
Okay, so we're going to pull, for Commissioner Vaughn, letter E and R, and table, and I'm going to get a motion on tabling S here in just a minute.
You're pulling E and R to discuss?
E and R to talk,
To discuss.
just a couple comments.
Okay, so let's get a motion to accept consent agenda items A,
Judge, I want to pull
Whoa.
Yeah. There's a lot to pull today.
okay,
G and H.
all right, sorry, G and H, okay?
And can I just, again, just to get mine off the table, so I'd move to table S.
Second.
That one, yeah, second.
Motion and second, all those in favor of tabling item S,
Aye.
signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have any to remove?
Right now, we're going to pull E, G, H,
Those are all done?
R, and then I want to pull L.
L.
Tell me again, which ones?
Okay, let me go over those again for the clerk. Madam Clerk, we are pulling for further discussion E, G, H, L, R, and S has been tabled.
I would move to pass the remaining items, Your Honor.
I have a motion and a second for the remaining consent agenda items to be passed. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, let's take up in order, by alphabet. Michael, join us and take us through the letter number E, which is the courtroom chairs. And give us a little background, then allow Commissioner Vaughn to address her concern.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
This item is to authorize the Choice Partners Cooperative Contract Purchase on the jury chairs and the courtroom chairs. These are all the chairs that are located in the front of the courtroom. The condition of the chairs in the district courts has deteriorated over the years. These were originally purchased in 2011, and across several of the courts over probably the last 2 years, we've noticed some chairs deteriorating, and now it's gotten to the point where it needs to be addressed. We looked at several options. We found a chair that has a canter material that has been subjected to a million double rub test for durability. We have the concern of the inmates that come to the court, and it's a little more harsh environment than a standard chair would receive, so we tried to find one that would be much more durable than the ones we had before. That sample chair was brought to a Board of District Judges meeting for them to see it, touch, and feel. It was real easy to see how this chair was much more durable than any we've had in the past. The project, my understanding is that based on two reasons, budget reasons and for controlling our failure rate, that we want to do this project in over 2 years. So half of the courts will be done this year, and the other half will be done next year. And that will help us down the road so that we don't have failures of the entire courts all at the same time like we had on this go-around. And the Board of District Judges did conduct a drawing of lots to select who the 4 courts were that were going to receive the chairs this time. Those courts are the 28th District Court, 94th, 117th, and 319th. And this installation would be conducted on weekends and after hours so as not to disrupt their activities. And the purchase amount on this one is $43,582 for this half.
And will you identify the funding source so that they know?
The funding source is Project 1901-2900, which is the Court Project Sanction Fund.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaughn.
Okay, that answered one of my questions. The other one is, first, I'd just like to say I'm not against the project, but I did go to the courtrooms to look at each of them. Edward and I did, and 3 of them are really in pretty bad shape. My question was this. You have some chairs that are in still good shape. They're all the same color. I'm not sure how you repurpose them, but can you get enough to go into one courtroom?
We did take a survey of the courts, and we got responses from everyone identifying which chairs were still in a good usable condition. And so, yes, that's a great idea. We want to make sure that we have an opportunity to improve those courts that are not being replaced now and remove their worst chairs and replace them with better until we can get theirs done the following year.
Okay, because I noticed, and some of them should last a little longer if you can just feel one complete courtroom comes out. One courtroom had 25 chairs, I think 14 were the ones that were bad. The others were in pretty good shape. So I'm just hoping repurposing to save us some money.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
I have one, it's like a recommendation, I guess. We do 4. Why can't next year do another court, and then the following year do another court, and then, so, I mean, you talk about $43,000 versus maybe $10,000, you know, and, you know, I'm just thinking, you know, maybe we need to be more proactive and say, you know, we do one court.
And I get that, Commissioner, but if you go look at some of those courtrooms, some of those chairs, it's really embarrassing. It
Yeah.
really is.
I mean, it would be nice if we could have done all of them because they are all in really bad shape. To walk in there and see the conditions that they're in, and this is the face that we're putting out to the
Can we
public.
check the JPs?
We have done a project on the JPs recently where we replaced all of the courtroom seating. I want to say it was about 5 years ago. And they continue to get looked at on a regular basis. We have our folks in the inventory department that are out and about and able to see that information. We're also able to respond if we're notified to go and take a look and see what can be done to get those items addressed. But that's, it's a good idea to spread it out, but we're also thinking about the economy of scale, and it's going to be more cost efficient for the county to do the other 4 courts at once versus buying one at a time, because we're just not going to get the volume discount pricing when we piecemeal it that way.
And we risk the out of stock or no longer availability. We're trying to get some uniformity up there, but that's why we decided the Board of Judges was very helpful and in that they created their own equitable solution for who goes first, and so we're grateful to them. And they liked the 2-year. And I do want to point out, although a lot of it was attributable to the shackles, I'm going to tell you that the court reporter seat was just as bad, and the witness seats were just as bad. So it led me to a conclusion that, yes, I do believe that some of the damage is being done by the handcuffs, but I also think that it doesn't correspond because so much of the damage looked the same in areas where a defendant would never be sitting there. And so it was just a very thin vinyl membrane. And I will tell you, I myself inspected this new chair. We asked the judges to. It's pretty tough. I wish it was even tougher, but it's just, what was the million rub rule?
The million double rub test that they were suggesting.
Well, we're about to test it. Okay, does that answer everybody's questions? Is there any further discussion on item E?
I will say that the material that you had on these chairs, it lasted a long time. So I think it's well past its time.
Right.
I make a motion we approve.
Okay, got a motion. Do I hear a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Thank you. Let's move on to letter number G. I believe Commissioner Modis? No?
Yes.
Modis?
All right. So just a few questions. So I guess, and I'll combine G and H together because they're just all
Okay.
insurance or reinsurance. And so in working on these and adopting an evaluation authority given to a selection committee, are we going to also tackle the issues of group disability plan? Because right now we deal individual. Is that correct?
I believe that's the case. I would really like to bring Thomas up here to help. He's our expert on this area.
Tomas, would you join us? Tomas Duran, court recognizes. He's our health consultant.
How are you doing?
Health insurance consultant, I should
That's-
clarify.
You know, I've had the same questions for the last 3 years that I've been here on the court now. So that's not going to change until we get some change. And I'm hoping you can help us do that.
I'd like to do that.
I'm hoping you can. So right now we do individual disability plans.
That's correct.
So based on your age is what you qualify for as far as your payment. Is that correct, or something around that?
You actually have multitude of disability programs, and they're all individual, and they're all done as just a benefit through that benefit fair that you conduct. You do not have any type of group disability, something that we have discussed in the past, and I would certainly encourage that you offer that to the employees and net out, tie it out to workers' comp, disability leaves, family leaves, and stuff like that, and you can get it fairly reasonable, at a very reasonable cost. But we're not doing that at this time. I mean, we're not even, we're not looking at any of that right now.
Why is that? Or
I haven't been asked to. I mean, if you look, the county really, and it's something I wasn't prepared to talk about today, but outside of what you have in front of you, the county has never, to my memory, offered any type of outside benefit other than the basic, but and retirement, pardon me. But otherwise, you have never done that as a group. And it is something that is beneficial. I think we've briefly discussed it at one time or another, but we have never taken a step forward to do it. It would be good to do, I think. You don't have to commit to it, but it will cost you some money, not a lot, but it could cost you a little money.
I know that the largest individual employer in this community in Nueces County is CCISD, and I used to be on that school board, and I know there we have group. So you group the
That's right.
ages together.
It's-
So you're not, say, 65, you're in maybe the 60-plus group, but it pulls it together so in theory, and maybe in practice, it should be cheaper that way overall for
There-
the individual.
There's a clear advantage that that's the case. There's no
Okay.
question about it.
So I'd just like for us, Judge, today to start having that conversation because I think it's important that we do. I think this will help our individual employees individually so they don't get penalized just by the particular age that they fall into, but by putting them in a group, that helps them out. And I think, once again, CCISD is a great example of that. We can look at them, don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. Next, I know that we have individual online portals for, was it, it's not activity, or what's it called? The card that we have, the flex card that we have. Nevia activity, that's probably a drink or a medicine I see on TV. There you go, that one. So that's online portal. There's other online portals. I know that, once again, based on my past experience, a lot of the companies or public groups, like school districts and cities, stuff like that, they do one particular online portal, and they bring everybody together. And it's a little bit more work to set it up, but I think, once again, because I just feel it as an individual, just me, just every day, when I got to get in there, it pulls out my hair. I email Linda or someone else over in HR, and they help walk me through it, talk me off the ledge, and then I realize, okay, it's not that bad. But if it were all in one online portal, that would be great. So once again, talking out loud, just so that we know that these are some issues that maybe we can look at and be cost savings and just maybe more user friendly for the employees. And then also, I want to make sure that we get Walgreens back in our plan. I know that it got taken off the last time, and I mean, not to push any company, but they have a lot more availability than some of the other pharmacies that are still left on the network, and so that's my concern there.
If you'll recall that discussion when that was done, the discussion ensued about exactly why take Walgreens out. I think a couple of you raised the question. You can do that. It'll cost you $400,000. It's that simple. If you want to spend $400,000 more.
If we stay with the plan that we have now. Now, if we bid out,
No.
we could find a new plan, couldn't we?
Right.
It's not an issue of bidding it out. What was done, we could have just as easily left Walgreens in and take CVS out, for example, but the rebates would not have been as aggressive as the rebates that we got by taking Walgreens out. You literally right now are getting a $400,000, give or take $20,000, $30,000 a year rebates from the PVM as a result of taking Walgreens out, because that allowed us to get a better discount from the ones remaining.
Well, but that's who bid for this overall plan, wasn't it? Wasn't it through the
It was done through,
it was part of the network?
we had a separate bid process for PVM, for pharmacy provider.
And a lot of times, though, at least in the public sector industry, it's usually combined, isn't it not separated?
No, it's typically separated. Now, you can do it combined or you can do it separately.
You can do it combined or separate, that's right.
Yeah, the county has always, purchasing has always wanted to do separate RFPs. We can do it any way the county wishes,
Once again, I think based on practice and based on what's best for the employees and most availability, I think we would find a network that does include them, and we can still have a savings. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that it was a financial move that we had to make, and even I grudgingly accepted that. But that's because the plan that was presented to us and the way it's spread out individually, we don't save money. When you combine, you're in the industry. I've just learned this over the years I've been involved in this kind of stuff, is that you combine, that's when you really make your savings, when you combine all these together instead of separate. So by being separate, that's why we did get a savings with Walgreens. But if we had them combined, we could find a network, a plan that would actually keep Walgreens and everybody in there and still make a savings.
So I want to bring us back home just a little bit. So on items G and H, I want to make sure that each of the issues that Commissioner Amatis and maybe others might have, but that's why I appointed Commissioner Amatis to the Insurance Committee, and I think all of these are going to be best addressed inside that committee when we can really look at all the details. I certainly have not had a chance yet to be a part of my first insurance, procurement renewal, at least not on the health side. We just went through our property casualty and windstorm, so that was a great learning experience. But I think on this, you can see that there's a lot of hot topics, Tomas. I don't think these are anything new to you. Having said that, I just want to make a blanket statement. These are the woes that happen when you are self-insured.
That's right.
Period. You are now in a business. You are no longer a insured, I'm just going to get something, I'm paying my premiums and I get to demand all of these things. This is definitely the catch-22 of being a self-insured plan. And if you want the stars and the moon, you get to have them. But guess what? You have to pay for them.
That's right.
And that's where it's going to get tricky, and I know it. And so I'm looking forward to the insurance discussions that we're going to have. But to kind of keep us back, do you have any thoughts or suggestions or concerns, Commissioner, on G or H as they read to find the method of procurement? Because really, these were just to get us going, and yet now you've given him, as they say, heads up and fair warning. But do you like the way? Can we move on from G and H?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
appreciate
I
it.
just want to say, Tomas has been a good soldier. He's followed what previous administrations have said for him
Right.
to do. And so I think with Judge, with you here now,
Yeah.
fresh set of eyes and with a different perspective, that we can have those opportunities.
Right.
So thank you for your work, and look forward to working with you on the
Yeah,
committees.
but definitely you heard it. I like to, the disability, pharmaceutical, and just things that we've already talked about, which is broadening our net.
That's correct.
Okay, super. All right, having heard great discussion, is there any further discussion? If not, can I have a motion, please, individually first on item number G for passage?
Judge, since you combined them, I would move we pass G and
Well,
H.
if that's okay.
But that's
Is that Lauda? Can I combine?
right.
It is. All right. And in that case, combined motion, please, to accept G and H as written. All right, and a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. Okay. The next one that we pulled, now I kind of lost my,
Yeah,
all right, let's go to, who had that one? Who pulled?
I did.
All right, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Still, I'm kind of really concerned about, went back and looked at this agreement here, and we're looking at June, July, and August. I think that's all we're looking at, June, July, and August. And it's going to be for almost $100,000 for not even, almost less than 4 months. So and where are the funds coming from on this one here?
Okay, the funds are coming on this one from judge's account, county judge's account. My budget. This is the old, put your money where your mouth is. The capital improvement plan for me is just, it's too important. We cannot go through a budget cycle. In fact, I sat with, you know what, is Tony here? Hey, Tony, just come up, just so people know your face, or stand up, either way. This is, would you introduce yourself and kind of give everybody,
My name's Tony Boyd. I'm with Lockwood Andrews and Newnham, Senior Vice President,
come a little to the dais there, sorry.
and we met with the judge yesterday and discussed a lot of the needs that the county has, and we're trying to put those in an organized order to where we can put together the financing of how it's going to be paid.
Right, and I think they would love to take more time. I think the rush is sadly our own fiscal schedule, not theirs. It's just unfortunate, but there's really just, Maria said something, sorry Maria, to putting you on the spot, but yesterday in our grants meeting, you said something that, you know what, Maria?
Can I ask
I don't
you-
know if it was you or not, but it had to do with how can I get my goals for grants? Wasn't that you? Is that all right if I share with them? Your goals in your budget packet were to have a long-range strategy, because it's impossible for you. Right now, I think you have 3 grants that are due. They're all monumental grants, all due within 2 weeks, that we're all, and you're going to do them, and you're going to do them great. But I mean, the time that you're having to exert, the backup documentation that you could have, the letters of support that you could have, the packages that you could be putting together, would have been so much better if 6 months ago you knew that this grant was going to be necessary. And that's what this county doesn't have. And sorry to put you on the spot, but you kind of make the case for me, Commissioner Chesney? Did you say something?
Judge, I was just going to say, and I too just am a little concerned about the time frame on this, and my thought was, in reality, are we really going to be able to accomplish much with the CIP for this particular budget? Because so much of our bond money looks like it's going to have to go to ADA projects and things of that nature. So I think we need a capital improvement plan, and I appreciate you putting up the money for it. I'm just a little concerned that we're pushing it through real quickly, and I don't know that it's going to have that much of an impact on this budget, because it seems like we're kind of, in a box with the ADA stuff, that may be what the majority of our capital improvement projects are going to be for the next couple of years. So that was just a thought.
Sure.
Maybe we didn't just, because I'll be honest with you, that's a tight time frame for me to sit down with them because of all the other projects I've got going. So is there any way to, maybe not make it such a quick period? Or?
So we have no choice. You can blame the legislature for that one. I mean, that's Senate Bill 2 and 3.5% revenue caps. I mean, I'd love to take time, but I don't think there's any more time. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm working overtime with Lockwood Andrews, with all our department heads. The blessings here is that all of us have great department heads here. So I'm going to single out Juan. Where are you, Juan? Juan has been doing CIP internally for Public Works since I got here, since January. And as a result, we already have a lot of the work that we've consolidated, because we've been working the past 6 months in anticipation. Even though it took us 3 or 4 months to hire land and get us going, the truth is I've been working since January doing our best. Coastal Parks is the same way. They do an incredibly goal-oriented, long-range strategy. We're pulling theirs in. I just don't think that we're going to be able to have any types of options, but we're also marrying the projects with funding sources. So let's go back to Maria just as an example, because it'll help set the table. 2 of Juan's roads that are identified as priority projects for the county are being addressed with, Hurricane Harvey, CDBG, that fit the LMI, the low to moderate income criteria. So we are, right now, she has grants between now and September 1 that need to be identified by priority so that she can fulfill. I know this sounds crazy, but right this minute she has $969,000 that if it were not for CIP yesterday, I would not have been able to say roof and chiller for Keach could identify in that very narrow criteria. I don't know. I'd be willing to do a workshop on it, but I think the ship has sailed. We've already really approved this contract, and this is the ratification of it. Lauda, do you have any comments on the actual contract as it's presented here?
No, pretty much it's our standard contract, and obviously we worked on it. You can look at the scope of work, and that's really what is going to dictate how this is going to be done.
So when does it actually get off the ground?
What was that?
We have to, through the process, we have to give them a notice to proceed. So I don't know if that has been done. Only Juan can answer that.
Juan? Yes, come on up. It's hard to hear.
And Judge, while he's walking up, I don't understand. Tell me what you mean by the relationship with the tax cap and doing this CIP. I just missed what you said.
Well, because, for example, if you have $50 million worth of infrastructure projects that are necessary, and you have a revenue cap of 3.5%, you cannot tax your way, nor would you want to, but you don't have a taxing revenue, so you might have to have a CO revenue or a bond revenue, or you have to actually know what your revenue stream is. Let me give you an example. We identified yesterday over $25 million worth of, sadly, projects that can't wait, that have nothing to do with ADA. That's another sad $20 million. And by the way, Juan really has a really good handle on some of the, what I'm calling courthouse jail infrastructure. And I think that, go ahead, Juan. You were asked a question. You should go ahead and answer it. That was the notice to proceed.
Yes, ma'am. I
guess once the contract gets approved today at Commissioners, if it gets approved today at Commissioners Court, we'll give them the notice to proceed as of today or tomorrow. So that way we can get the contract going, or the project going. So,
Right, I mean, there's,
And I just want to bring one thing up. We could talk about roads, whatever. I mean, I think the most important here, and we've talked about this for a couple of years now, is chillers, the jail. Those to me are more important than the roads right now, because without the chillers, without the elevators, we're not going to operate.
right.
So,
yes, sir, as Public Works, we do have a list of items that we have, and those are the items that we'll be coordinating with LAN, and also we'll be coordinating with parks, coastal parks, inland parks, and also with the Sheriff's Department. So it'll be a sit-down with everybody to go over the CIP project.
By identifying the project, right now, we have an unbelievable opportunity to create funding sources to marry each of these projects. Now, you're right. The chillers in this courthouse, right this minute, today, need X amount of dollars. And those cannot wait. In fact, those are a spec item that need to be ordered now to be inserted in December. But there are other things that are also high priority as well. So
a roof at Bishop is leaking too.
it's on there. It's definitely on there.
Yes, and we'll be listing those also, Commissioner, the roofs. I think the main thing is to, kind of like we were talking to Elaine yesterday, the main thing is to get the buildings dried in, because that's going to be a major thing. If you don't take care of the roofs, or you take care of the exterior, then all we're doing is we're just spending money trying to repair carpet, trying to repair drywall, repainting, removing and redoing the ceiling tiles. So the main thing is drying in the buildings.
Right.
That means I don't have to spend my money on Bishop after all.
But I will tell you, I mean, I think your issue is the time frame, so let me try to put a bow on the time frame. Yes, we are all going to work overtime. Really no different than we approved a contract for mechanical engineering to look at designing of the chillers for the same exact amount of money, the same exact time frame. It can be done. People are going to work very hard, very long hours. Juan and I, honestly, I think most of the burden is going to fall on us. I think Edward, sorry, you're right, you're in the gang of three here, because you are part of, the courthouse, inland parks, all of that, fairgrounds. So we know what's at stake, but I promise you, if we don't get a handle on what's needed infrastructure-wise, we're not going to be able to allocate correctly, or CO.
Say one thing to Juan, you and I talked a lot about this too, and Edward too. But talk overtime, and I'm usually here till after 5 o'clock. So, I don't have anybody come to my office and say, "This is what we really need. This is what we're going to have." So I think that if we're having communications, we're not spreading out the communications. So I think that we need to actually somehow come together and say, this is going to be, we're looking at this to be priority, versus this here, But because if I'm helping with some of it, and I want to be part of it.
Right. I mean, let me just reemphasize again, I think what we can do, and Tony, we can meet about this, but in addition to the communication you're already going to be scheduling with department heads and commissioners, I'm going to suggest we can post it. You can come or not come, but, every month we could have a big update meeting, and you can see the progress. I promise you, you will be shocked at the capital needs, or maybe not, but it's not a one-shot thing. You almost have to look at the top 10 county buildings, which is what we're doing. We're also looking at prioritizing, which is tough, but Juan is prioritizing within the priority. Is that fair? The city has this, the counties have this, and all the urban counties. It doesn't give me pleasure to tell you that, we're not commensurate with our other urban counties. There is a reason that they do it. It's because planning is critical, and we need to get after it. If you were doing it right, it would be a much larger contract and a much larger time frame.
Judge, Can I just call the question? I'm
Yeah.
ready to go.
Okay, go.
Move past, can we move on this one, or are we?
Second.
Okay.
Hearing motion second, vigorous discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. All right, next item that was pulled, which commissioner, would it be, was it R?
That would be me.
Okay, Commissioner Vaughn on R.
And I apologize, I'd marked it off, I'd marked it on, and I didn't mean to pull it. But since I'm here, I would, I had a concern about the rates with the county. So Judge, I'm hoping that we can have some kind of report that they have actually gone out and looked at others' rates here soon, so it doesn't just be brushed away.
That's a good point. I think we asked that of Mr. Cox the last time.
Yes.
I appreciate that comment, and Tyner and I can try to follow up with John.
And I make a motion to approve R.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Real quick, because I do think.
Go ahead.
$95 is kind of really
Cheap.
cheap, and 155 is kind of cheap.
Okay. Noted. I think we do need to look at the price. I think John was alerted to that, but I agree, we have not had any contact back in my office, so that needs to be done. Both ways. I'll call him, and then I'll report back to you.
Judge, I don't know why Judge Klein is here, but.
Yes, she's next. I just noticed that we have Judge Klein, item 4B1. Commissioners, can we move that up to accommodate her?
Thank you. Yes.
Judge, apologize for the delay here. Maria, would you set the...
Quick lead in. We have discussed this project before. This is the felony domestic violence court program. We had submitted some project ideas to it's to the governor's office, but they required a review through the Council of Governments. So the Council of Governments had a planning subcommittee meeting back in April, and they have recommended Nueces County for a total funding of governor funds from the governor's office in the tune of $127,420. And that does require a 20% cash match. It can be cash or in kind. From our conversations with Judge Klein, and she'll talk about kind of more of the program, she is kind of needing a cash match for this one, only because it will give her, obviously more resources to do what she wants to do with the program. So the cash match would be $31,855.10, and I'll let her talk about the program.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for taking me out of order. I'm back here talking about grants, and last time I told you all that even though the last grant was no match, this one would be a match. And I understand that I'm asking for a lot of money. It's $31,000. However, I'd like to explain to you how these $31,000 would be saving hundreds of thousands of dollars. The grant is for about $127,000 from the governor's office. We've been nominated for it as the first court in Texas for the governor's office for domestic violence court. This money would allow us to get 2 full-time positions. One of them would be an investigator and one a full-time therapist. A full-time investigator would be actually working out of the district attorney's office and would be assigned exclusively to the domestic violence caseload, which is about 90 to 95% of the criminal work cases that we do. Right now, what happens is because the district attorney's office is completely overwhelmed and understaffed, they're not getting to their cases until they have to get to their cases. And what happens is most of the defendants who are indigent are sitting in jail for the first 90 days without anything happening on their cases. So what's happening is they're sitting at $81 a day for the first 90 days without anything happening. I just talked to the sheriff. The jail is at 98% full, and they're at the process where I think they will have to do something urgent and critical. So just to break down the numbers, $30,000 will allow one defendant to sit in jail at $81 for 370 days. The first 90 days, nothing happens. 4 defendants sitting in jail for 90 days will be $30,000.
So it pays for itself.
And we have about 700 defendants on a domestic violence caseload.
And how does it work? Is it a one-time grant that if it runs out, then those people have to go away kind of thing? Or
No. So the first time the grant is applied for, it's a 1 year. It has been explained to me that if we accept the grant, the second time we apply for it, they give it to us for 2 and then 3 years
with the same match?
with the same match.
Okay, but if obviously if the grant does go away, then
Then they will
those
not
people know.
offer us another grant.
Right, and those people would know they wouldn't be here anymore.
Correct.
Also, okay, all right.
So the investigator would be assigned just to the domestic violence caseload. Their job would be to make an immediate contact with the victims, with the alleged victims, pulling up the criminal history and getting the cases disposed of, hopefully in the first 90 days, without people sitting in jail. The second position would be for a full-time therapist, and the therapist would be working with the high-risk defendants and with the victims who are the women, the men, and the children who are the victims of the domestic violence, which would allow them feel safer, continue working, and the defendants who are charged would be not in jail, continuing to work, support the victims and the children. The employers would not be losing their employees to sitting in jail, and we would not be wasting the taxpayers' money. So I do understand I'm asking for a lot of money.
Judge Klein, thank you so much for seeking these opportunities out. I've spoken with Maria at length, and, we are all grateful because you can't even imagine what it feels like to be told, hey, we've never had these opportunities before. And we know that is you really driving this ship, and thanks to our grants department, they can help as well and see it through. But we wouldn't have it, even the chance to get this type of offer, unless you were out there actively seeking these innovative grants that you're watching be actually very much utilized in all major jurisdictions. So
We're raising the ceiling here. I'm hoping we're setting the trend for the state of Texas. We're the first court. I've already been getting calls from the Harris County and Dallas County asking for information from us as to how we're doing it. So it's great to see Nueces County at the front line.
it certainly is. I've got a motion, and do I have a second?
Can I ask a question?
Of course, Commissioner.
I think this is great, and I think we should fund it. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to get the money. We need to talk about it. But I have a question, because I grew up in domestic violence, and so sometimes it's better for that person to be in jail. So I think my question to you is this first-time offenders? Second time, do you do the same thing?
So the therapist would actually be evaluating every single case at the risk factor and deciding on whether that somebody should be recommended for getting out of jail.
Okay.
Most of our defendants charged with domestic violence don't score above a 5 on a 1 to 10 risk factor. And based on that, based on the statistical approach, they can remain out of jail on an ankle monitor. And we've applied for different grants for the ankle monitors.
But you would be the one that would make the final call as the judge, right? It wouldn't be
Absolutely.
the therapist
Okay.
making a
Absolutely. They make a recommendation to me. I make the call.
Good. So where can we get this money?
We'll find it.
Well, we need to find it now if we approve it.
Let's approve it, we'll find it.
Well, we don't have the auditors, they're on conference right now. And I also had an opportunity. Maria, have you messaged jail on this issue?
No, I haven't. Of course, he's out of town on it, and I did have a sidebar discussion yesterday afternoon. Now, this is just opening up the discussion regarding it. There really isn't an action item. This was just to discuss and consider the funding source. So we can bring it back. I don't know how that works.
Okay, that would be
vote on it.
acceptable.
Can you use this in kind? How much of that can you use?
None.
She needs the cash.
She needs the cash for this piece of it.
Let's move it now, let's do it.
Well, what we can do is, why don't we approve it, and we'll bring it back to you on the funding source for final submittal.
Commissioner Gonzalez has,
Submission is what I was trying to say.
he's willing to, I'm certainly willing to pitch in if everybody else.
I mean, I am too. I
great
think the
program.
thing is, the action item today is just to simply move forward, and then when we come to actually submit, you'll get a chance to hear the funding source. How's that for fairness?
Because the grant award,
That's good.
we're recommended for funding.
Right.
Normally, when we're recommended by the Council of Governments.
So do we need a vote today or not?
We do need to move forward, and I have a motion, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm just
Second.
waiting for a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will come back. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Going back into the regular items, Lance, thanks for yielding. And you're going to visit with us about the record service department that you would like to create, as well as our management policy.
Yes, they're both kind of tied together.
Okay.
So admittedly, I've got kind of a chicken egg situation with these two agenda items.
Okay.
I'll try to see which comes first.
Is there an action item, or are you calling for just the discussion today?
This is just a discussion.
Just informative
so that we
only.
can come
Thank
back
you.
with an action.
Just to kind of set the table for people. Go ahead.
And just to be upfront too, notice I don't have a tie, which means I'm not asking for money.
Oh, okay, you're in the no-tie zone.
Yeah, that's right. So in this case, I'm going to be offering to give money back with this suggestion. So anyway, just to kind of catch you up on the records management policy, I know it was in the agenda, but just to kind of catch everybody in the court up that's listening, the RMO, the records management officer, is assigned each time. Right now, we have it assigned to the CIO position, Chief Information Officer and Department Head of Information Technology. So we have been trying to get that switched to me ever since Mr. Biddle retired. We have run into various email threads back and forth, one of which finally resulted with them being TSLAC, who we have to report to, the Texas State Archives, Libraries, and Commissions. We got that backwards, but one of those. They have, we have to report to them, and they responded with that we did not have a policy with them, which was news to us, and actually news to them too, because at one point they said we did. So we spent some time, and I worked with the county attorney's office trying to see if we could prove them wrong, and we couldn't. So I think that we are at a state where we were both in error thinking that we had a policy. This is a fairly important thing to get established. So we got to work on trying to put a policy together, and after reading through it and sharing that also with the county attorney's office, we found that there were 3 decisions that needed your input to finalize that document and get it submitted. And one of those solutions, or one of those decisions, is the difference between making a records management committee or making a records management department. And that's where I'll jump back into agenda item 1 here, because if you're going to make a decision between the two, you should probably know how it's possible to do the bigger one of those two. So, very quickly, I will pull this presentation up. I think, do y'all have that on your screens?
Not, almost. There we go. Thank you.
Okay. First, it's kind of important for y'all to see how the Records Management Department was designed. Originally, when I first took over, we had 2 different sections. One was the records warehouse itself, and one was the imaging section. And then there's in there the categories of the actual department numbers there for your reference. The 2 were separated. They were located in different locations, one here at the courthouse on the 5th floor, and the other one was at the warehouse. When we made our initial changes, I believe it was about a year and a half ago, we combined up all 3 of those categories into one and put one person in charge. And And we did that at I think a $0 cost by combining two positions. And then we hired a records manager who had a lot of experience doing records management. And that's how it's been for about the past year and a half. And so the big question is, why restructure? We were already looking at a restructure before the records policy came in, and I kind of expected, and I think, I may be lying here, but I think I hinted at the fact that there may be more changes to come once we actually have a professional records manager to guide that process. So one of the reasons here is we've got a new direction. There's been new efficiencies and new procedures and duties that have been accomplished by combining all three of those into one location now. They are all located at the records warehouse. They are no longer separate. By combining them together, we've recognized and saved time transporting documents back and forth, because if you want to scan things and you got your imaging team in a separate location, you have to move the documents over, that kind of thing. And we can go into more details with some of those accomplishments with Elizabeth, the records manager, here in a second. But creating, we really wanted to make sure that whatever we did created a hierarchy that allowed these records employees to move up, because they're kind of in their own world. That the records department itself was created with specialized position titles that don't exist anywhere else in the county, and it doesn't really yield them to advancement. So that was one of the other goals of reorganizing this. And, of course, the centralization itself helped out in that. Why do it now? Well, there's, just to kind of skip to the third item there, current vacancies in that department that have been held to see if we could make this change will allow us to make this change without having to lose anybody, because it will require the deletion of a few positions. And that will pay for it and also put money back in the county's yearly pocket when we decrease those positions. The other thing of note here is that there are those two classes of positions that I mentioned just earlier are completely disconnected from the other clerk positions throughout the county. And so we wanted to know which position in the county that already existed might line up. So we took a look at all of the various positions across the county that had the clerk title, and there were some group 11s, group 12s, the group 14s, 18s, and 19s. Some of them called intermediate clerks, some of them central records clerks, court clerks. Those don't compare at all. Court clerks are doing something completely different, and the intermediate clerks and the central records clerks are also doing things on a smaller scale, not because they're located in a single department rather than managing a warehouse of activities. But we did find a match. Oh, there's where they didn't match. The match we found was because two of the positions that we have in that records department are the senior admin clerks. And so we took a look at the district clerks that were labeled senior clerk and senior clerk 2. And even though the job descriptions may need adjustment in the future, I think for everybody's purposes, the actual duties that they perform are very similar. They complement each other very well. There's only a few differences, and that's the reason we settled on the senior clerk 2, and senior admin clerk alignment, because that does line up with how the district clerks' tiers of employment begin with those clerk positions, and I believe will not only allow advancement internally for any of these employees in records management, the records management section, but also allow them to maybe even advance and supply the district clerk with people who have had a lot of experience with multiple records, and kind of help everybody out as these positions rotate around and people try to move up in the world. Before we go into the the actual department piece, I'd like to introduce y'all to the person who made all of this possible, and by reorganizing and creating efficiencies and such, and have her walk you through. I didn't have it ready yet, so she's gonna hand you some copies of some stuff, but she can kind of walk you through some of the major things that we had to take care of, which is the reason that it took a while to get to this stage. So, Elizabeth?
Morning.
Thank you.
While she's passing that out, the amount of stuff, this is just kind of a summary, the best we could throw together without it being a mile-long list. The amount of accomplishments over there, I had no idea that we were going to have as many things for her to address as we ended up addressing, but I think the amount of time she pulled this off in is pretty incredible. So, all right, now it's yours.
Again, good morning, everyone. I'd just like to go through a couple of things that I've only been in this position a year and a half now, about 18 months. And when I first started at the records warehouse as a manager there, I first wanted to just assess what was going on, maybe look at maybe some things that were not being done correctly, some things that could be improved on, and make life a little easier for all the employees over at the warehouse. They were working really hard, and I wanted them to work smarter, not harder. So I first came in November, and I noticed we had 7 employees only separating files for a project that was started, I'm not sure when, sometime before me. And the reason they were separating them was because they were trying to figure out what part of the case file should be imaged and what should not. Well, when I started questioning all of that, I came to talking with a lot of the district clerk's employees and found that everything that they were separating, they were creating 2 files. Was 95% of that needed to be imaged. So I had them put them files back together. It was 5 years that they had worked on 97 through 01 and separated it all. The part that they were not going to image was going to be destroyed. So I stopped that, and I had them join them files back together, and we started imaging them. And we started with 97, 102 boxes. It took us about 3 months. 1998, the same. 1999, 2000, 2001 is where we're at now. We will continue scanning and imaging the rest of these are just misdemeanor cases. They're not actually the felony or any of the civil files yet. We have hundreds of thousands of files, case files at the warehouse. So with that said, the next page, I wasn't only looking at the files and what we had, what kind of cases we had. I also was looking at the condition of the warehouse, which was, to me, really bad when I first started. I kind of wanted to run out the door when I first looked at it. But I said, okay, I can do this. I can help fix this. So I first got with one thing I got with risk management, and Tim did a walkthrough of the warehouse, and we noticed, first of all, we didn't have an evacuation plan in case there was a disaster, a fire, or anything happened. The employees had no way to get out. They didn't know how to get out. In case that warehouse is really big. We have different areas in the back, different doors. So they all needed to know, if you're here, this is your way you get out. If you're over there in the back, this is how you're going to get out. So we put together an evacuation plan, and I got with Tim, and he approved it. So it's all posted on every area of the warehouse now, and everybody knows where they're at. Also, the fire extinguishers were not up to date. They were all empty. They had not been looked at in years. So we got with the owners, and they actually sent somebody in, and they filled them all up for us and got them compliant. The fire alarm system was not connected to the fire department, so we had that also fixed. So now if anything does happen, if the alarms go off, the fire department will know, to call us and that's something that's going on. Another thing I did for safety was the employees were slipping a lot because of the humidity in the warehouse. When it's really hot over in the backsides, the steps and the walkways are all concrete, and they get very slippery. And with the humidity of the heat in the warehouse, so we put down some safety, what are they called? The anti-slip and reflective safety decals on all the steps. So you can see that on the photos. That I put that under so that when they walk up the steps, they're not slipping anymore. I try to watch out for the employees a whole lot. I care about their safety, and I want them to always feel like they're not going to walk around on a slip and slide. So the next pictures I have, the next slide is the warehouse improvements. While I was looking through all of the boxes and all, trying to figure out what departments do we have at the warehouse and trying to organize them, I found many boxes were damaged because of improper storage. They were kept in the wrong areas of the warehouse where they were not cool. So a lot of them were damaged. We reboxed those, took them out, relabeled them, put them on shelves. The second picture under the damaged one is actually the back part of the warehouse was totally full. We reorganized those by department. We put them on shelves, so the bottom photo is what they look like now. So now we're able to find them. We know what we have, and they're well organized. Another improvement we worked on was I contacted the owner of the facility, and that warehouse had massive amount of leaks. A lot of the case files and minute books and all were getting wet and molded and mildewed, so I removed them from the areas that were getting wet, rained in, and I contacted the owner, and for about, I want to say maybe 8-9 months, he continuously was sending his employees over to work on that roof. It's a flat roof, so after the rain, it sets. It doesn't come off the roof until it evaporates off. So now we've got it to a minimum of about maybe 4 leaks where I can actually control it with some kind of bins or trash cans to where it does catch the water. So I'm always watching the weather, and on the weekends I make sure all the bins are in place in case we have a autumn, just rain over the weekend that's not forecasted. I also have been working with and reading up on with T-SLAC, and I also found out we had a lot of different departments that should have been in a controlled rooms under lock and key, such as the sealed adoption records and also juvenile records that are for minors, and they should have also been under lock and key. So I've moved them and put them in a room where it's a controlled access room now. So only myself and one other individual is actually in charge of that department has access to. And the last photos are just some areas that I've cleared up. And the way that I've got that cleared up is just by organizing and separating things into different departments and, merging them together and actually getting with the department heads also and making sure that they're also keeping up with their retention schedules and destroying records when they're supposed to and just keeping abreast with that. And y'all have any questions for me?
Just a lot of praise for you. I mean, just wow. I mean, this is why we should have a meritocracy, but sadly we don't here in this county. But you are a living example of somebody who's going above and beyond, and I can't help but think how I could clone you. Obviously, all the efficiencies are phenomenal. I will tell you that of real concern to me is just the warehouse in and of itself, so I might be contacting you, and I'd like a tour. You've brought something to my attention that's very valuable. I do have a quick question for you on the misdemeanors, and then we can move on. I'll ask for other discussion. But at this rate, I mean, I don't see us catching up 18 years. Has it ever been discussed to hire an imaging company that you could send everything off and have imaging done? I mean, it's done. It's
I've
done.
done it before, but it was actually, I did it, I worked for EOJ Resources before, and we did outsource some of our imaging with
Yeah.
some local imaging companies here, as BioPro has their own imaging group also. And I
Right.
also work with Gorola Reprographic over in Houston, and I would drive the records over.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, and they're really, really great, and I do still have contact with the owner over there.
And where are we on the felonies? Not at all?
The felonies, I stopped them because I wasn't really sure of what the route that they were going, imaging those felonies. And I didn't agree with some of the destruction orders that they were putting out and destroying the files. So I just put a stop to that, and okay, everybody's going to focus on the misdemeanors until I find more information on the felony cases and what the right way is.
Why are we keeping the misdemeanor so long? I mean, by law, I mean, 5 years, 10 years at the most?
Correct.
Then the district attorney can sign off on them?
It's the department head that makes the decision, and all we can do is fill out the destruction forms and send them to the department head, and if they don't sign off on them, then.
In their office, you know, I mean, it's not really what they want, is by law.
Correct.
You know, we should be able to destroy this.
Correct.
5 years or 10 years at the max.
I have the same issues with actually some of the JP11 records. I still have records from the 70s and 80s that are actually
Well,
disposed,
I know that
and
because
they
we
don't.
destroyed 8,000, but the DA signed off on it.
Right.
You know, we had to give him a roster of all the cases because there
Correct.
were no identifiers and no such things as socials and no such thing as, you know. So anything that doesn't have identifiers should be destroyed. And even if they do, but nobody's looking for those people no more to begin with.
Correct.
So
Just to kind of clarify too, part of the problem with destroying something from a previous administration is an elected official or their current RMO. They have to make a decision to get rid of something that they don't even a lot of times know what's in it, and so there hasn't really been a great communication and kind of an awareness program with those individuals, and that's the piece that she's been working on, is making people, giving them the confidence that they actually can do the destruction without getting themselves in trouble. So I think sometimes when people are holding on to it, it's not because they want to fill the warehouse up. It's more they're just kind of a little paranoid about once you shred it, you can't put it back together. That's a 10,000-piece puzzle nobody wants.
Yeah, but you know, again, I'm going to come back to the misdemeanors. Once you shred it, you shred it. Who cares? I mean, nobody's going to be looking for that case in 97.
Now, there were some things that even when you're allowed to destroy it, you have to maintain a piece, right?
I understand that,
But it's not up to them to decide.
I understand that.
That's part of the problem.
That's why you have to, before when I was there, we asked every department, every JP, give us a roster. You know, give us a roster and sign it by a district attorney's office, you know, and if it's 5,000 cases, 10,000 cases, you know, and
And
it
that's
can be,
why now,
and it can be
now,
done.
before I accept any boxes to the warehouse, I have them fill out the box analysis. And on the box analysis, there's
Be
a
a card-
content of everything that is in
Should be
the
a card
box.
in there with every case that's
Which,
in there,
which
what do you
will
have?
also includes the retention policy, the retention code, and the year that it is to be destroyed. And then we set them on the shelves by the year of destruction. And at that point, at the end of that year,
You guys
that's
are
when we.
working too hard.
Yeah, maybe if we told these department heads that it would go back to their budget, what we're paying in storage costs, maybe then they'd be motivated to do it. Because, you know, they come in here asking us for money all the time, but they won't cooperate. I'm sorry. I mean, this has gone on since I've been here. It's gone on since before you've been here. It goes back to the previous DA who wouldn't do it. I mean, if we're going to operate in life as we're just paranoid about everything, then we're never going to get anything done or make any decisions. But the law is very clear on what they can do. It is not ambiguous. It is very clear. Our county attorney has rendered this opinion to them repeatedly, and it's ridiculous. So when the next time, you know, the DA or anybody else comes in here and makes public comment about wanting more pay, then let's tell them how much it's costing us to store, that I'd be happy to put all that storage fee towards their more pay. I'm the only one vote, but, I mean, this is ridiculous. We've got documents in here from years and years and years back. And I'm not picking on him, just picking on him. It's the DAs, it's these JPs, it's probably some judges. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's whoever's doing it because they're paranoid. It's ridiculous. What are we paranoid about? Okay, you can't put it back together. But the law is what the law is, and our department heads and elected officials are choosing not to do it, and it's costing this county how much? Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a year?
So I really
Let's do an
appreciate.
analysis of that. Let's see what it's costing us to not destroy that stuff.
We will. I think, look, you've done two great things by coming today. One is you've identified a building that we lease that has some issues in how we do business, and I thank you for working with Timothy, who I think stepped out, but we need all department heads to work with Timothy. Safety saves lives, safety saves dollars. Thank you for being just an ambassador of that. But more importantly, you've identified an efficiency, even though you're being already efficient. I think you've identified an issue that this commissioner's court wants to take up, and
We can't. I mean, we can't judge it.
well, I think I can reach out. I think we can reach out. I think we can call a meeting, through the Board of Judges is the right way to do it, in my opinion. Maybe, Lauda, do you like that idea? Call a meeting, put it as an agenda item on the Board of Judges to, because you can invite different resources, different department heads, and I myself attend, and then we can address the issue as an agenda item and see where if we can make some strong, rules.
Well, and part of this, the records management officer for the county records management officer, because each elected department, each department has its own RMO.
Correct.
Except for the appointed departments. And so the RMO for the county actually is tasked with guiding this process and making people more familiar. And so far, I believe all, if not most, of the people that Elizabeth has visited with embrace the knowledge they're being given and then start destroying documents. It's just, there's only so much they can do in a day, and most of her efforts revolved around fixing the house in the beginning rather than the procedure. Now she's moved on to the procedure part, which is why part of this direct access to the RMO and a devoted resource to that RMO, I think, is a very good thing to do, which is why part of this will include making her the records management officer, because she's the one who actually has all this knowledge, and it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to be the RMO as just a figurehead when she's the one with all the knowledge.
And how many boxes of documents, or how would you quantitatively, what are we talking about? Are we talking thousands and thousands of boxes? I mean, I'd like to know a number.
You want a whole total of all the boxes I have at the
No,
warehouse?
that could be destroyed.
Oh,
I mean,
that could be
on
destroyed?
that could be destroyed at this point list. I'd like to know that number. And if you don't have it today, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head.
And how,
Could get that for you.
So,
Right.
so I think that maybe we can visit, on another agenda item to today's purpose was to discuss the record service department creation. I think obviously we've been given enough ammunition to find a reason to do such a thing and possibly even a candidate, but I'd have to, that involves, as you know, HR, and I know, Julie, you're here listening, and I appreciate that. I think you hear that there might be a real efficiency opportunity, and more importantly, we're always going to have records. We're always going to want to digitize them. The point is not to feel like an entire department's getting X'd. It's that this workload is really just probably not necessary. In fact, it's a little frightening just to see the documents that they spent years separating are now being reunited, and that was a terrible inefficiency of dollars. So having said that, let's just move forward.
One thing, since Julie's here,
Yes.
didn't we do about 18 months ago, before this young lady came on board, didn't we get rid of some records people? Because they were going to take them into the warehouse, and they're going to do all these records at the warehouse.
Julie, do you want to, I think it's directed at you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had already, didn't at one point we had records people I think Lance, when they came by and talked to us to say, give me these two people, I'm going to come back and ask for some more, we need to move these people close out this clerks here and take them to the warehouse. We're gonna, you know, and we're gonna get all these records and we're gonna get them all in order. But didn't we have already a department that we kind
They're
of
the
get rid
same,
of?
it's the same department.
Oh, we got rid of the clerks that doing actually,
We combined two positions to create the manager of record services position that Elizabeth is in, but there were no other positions removed, and in fact, we waited until now to decide on if there was a further reduction that could be done based on efficiencies found. But no, the only thing that happened was we took two supervisor level titles and combined them up into this position.
there was 3 positions or something.
What we had a department here on the 5th floor courthouse, and then she had warehouse people over at the warehouse. What they did is they moved everybody from the 5th floor to the warehouse and combined them under her leadership.
But now want to create another department now.
We want to take the existing department that is there umbrellaed under IT and make it its own department. But the actual department and the codes are all still there.
It's really
In fact,
just a shift in
this
title.
this is kind of fast. We've already worked with HR, actually, and I'll skip past the T-Slack stuff here just to get to the meat. Here's what the current structure looks like, just as a reminder. And there's the 4 vacant positions. And each one of those are in a different project code, so we wanted to make sure that we didn't have to move money around. So this is a very simple move. The idea is to take the manager of record services to a director level, one of the senior admin clerks to an assistant director, and then the other positions go into either the 15, which is the senior clerk 2, or the 13, which is the senior clerk. And we reviewed that with Julie, and although I think that the assistant director title itself is, we have to kind of polish off, the point here is to take a look at the savings in that. So each one of those in 1470 is 11,000, 1304 is 34,000, and 0131 is 6,000, almost 7,000. Total together is 52,000. And if any changes to those others, this was on the conservative side. It could go up from that depending on some of those other things that we had talked about. I'd just like to make one note here. The reason we took out 2 positions from 1304, 1304 is funded by a collection of fees from court fees. So as we have had all these diversion programs, the court diversion programs, and as the DA enforces those, people go to courtless. So the fund has been decreasing, and we, as proactively, decided to see if we could do without 2 so that the funding of those positions would never come into question. So that's the reason we elected. We could have done it with just 1, but we elected to go ahead and do 2. One of those positions actually is occupied right now, but they have a leave date already scheduled, which will happen after this.
All those vacancies are paid by fees, or is there?
Just 1304.
No, but is there, okay, how many other vacancies you have? Is there money for those vacancies? Because you said there are vacancies. So at one time you had money for those? Or they're still getting money for that?
We purposely left them vacant
So you still
as
get-
we tried to
Still getting
become
them.
more efficient, yes.
So you got the money to hire those vacancies?
We could hire those vacancies.
So you don't have to have more money to hire them?
No, they're currently vacant from last year's budget that they were
Right.
set as regular FTEs.
That money is in his
Yes.
account?
As the people left this fiscal year, we attempted to see if we could become more efficient, and we accomplished that. And so we have more efficient means here, and the original arrangement of all these employees was not ever designed by a person with records management experience. So now that we have that, I'm saying we probably should take a look at the suggestions by this manager who's got this already aligned, and then of course the records policy piece has been just a kind of the icing on the cake here as far as needing to actually make it its own department. Like I said before, we were actually looking at a reorg, and then we found out that due to recommendations by the state, which we all know what recommendations from the state eventually become, those recommendations are either a records management committee or a records management department. Just real quick, a records management committee would involve most of, if not all, county judge, county attorney, county clerk, district clerk, district attorney, probably risk management. These are just suggestions from the state on who needs to be a part of that, including the county records management officer. Those people would have to sit in meetings, official meetings, where minutes are taken and all that good stuff, make decisions about our retention policies, and everybody on that would have to go find their own expertise in records management in order to participate in those meetings. So I don't think that we have enough department heads that have the time to devote to that, which is why I elected to say the records management department option, where you don't need the committee, is probably the most efficient for Nueces County.
I think you've done a good job trying to find the inefficiencies. She's done a great job. And what we're asking for and what we've been looking in the court all along is how to save money. And this is obviously a way to do it and not fill those other positions.
And Lance, talking about cost savings, efficiency, and what does it for me is, when I first came on board here, you and your predecessor, Mr. Biddle, took me on a tour upstairs of the records and also in the warehouse, and I want to see how big of an area is actually cleared out now. It seemed like there was really not an inch available at the warehouse before, and to see these 2.5 years progress by to where you actually have empty shelves and empty areas of the warehouse is pretty impressive undertaking. So thank you all for your work on that.
I think these are solid recommendations, and because there's no action item, Commissioners, I think we've received a great, breadth of where we probably need to head, and I'll allow maybe between now and, next time to have comments come in from each of you for your offices, maybe do a little consulting with clerks and get their opinions and thoughts, and then look for a very quick agenda item for me. I myself intend to place it on. I think it's a solid recommendation. I think you have the person that is the expert, and I think getting it out of IT and in its own department has shown itself already. Of course, we needed IT to do its function to, analyze and make these recommendations, but I think it can fly now on its own with, it looks like, yearly savings of about $50,000, and that's not even starting if we can get department heads to sign off. I imagine those savings will soar under this particular leadership.
As a final comment, there are 3 things for you all to all consider when it comes to the actual policy, which kind of rammed into this item. One, of course, is the RMO itself. Even if we don't create the department, we elect to do the committee, I would still suggest that we make Elizabeth the RMO. She's the one with all the knowledge on this, and that will give her direct access to address things without having to go through me first. The second thing is, and that was Section 5 of that policy. Section 6 of the policy is, of course, the decision between the committee or the department, which we've already gone over. And then Section 12 in that is, if we do elect to have a committee, then we would, my suggestions at that point would be to make the committee not have the power to actually make the decision, but bring the decision back to Commissioner's Court each time to minimize the impact of the committee. So those are the 3 things to consider. If we choose the department option, all we have to do is consider Section 5 and 6. So that's on that agenda item 2.
That sounds good. I think that you'll see that on an upcoming agenda item. I just want to provide Tyner, the Commissioner's, opportunity to weigh in, and then you and I, together with the court, can look towards that maybe as early as June 5. Okay, thank you. Lance, Julie, everybody, Elizabeth, my goodness, good presentation. Let's move on to a discussion of an interlocal agreement that's incredibly important between the City of Corpus Christi, the RTA, and the county. And this involves a radio system consultant, but it really involves so much more. And court recognizes both Peter Collins and Pat Eldridge. Metrocom is such an important, vital service, and we're owners with you guys and the City of Corpus Christi, and glad to have you. And tell us about the importance of item number 3.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. Pat Eldridge with the Police Department. Behind me is Peter Collins, who is also with the City of Corpus Christi, the IT Director. We're here today to present to you for consideration and approval of an interlocal agreement with the city and with the RTA for the purposes in participating in the hiring of a radio system consultant with your share of $43,500. $3.33, which is based on the number of the 3 users divided by 3. This process began probably 3 or 4 years ago when we realized that the radio system was reaching end of life by 2020. The city took a bond to the voters back in November. It was passed, and we began our process of hiring a consultant to assist us in the preparation of the specifications for the system and seeing the process through implementation of the entire system. We went through a competitive process to hire the consultant. It's Trot Communications. And this is, that contract will be awarded. City Council will consider that next month. Council considered this interlocal and approved it yesterday. And I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Collins now to discuss a history of the radio system.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Hope everybody's doing well today. Pat, do you want to bring up?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got it. I'm IT, but it's copiers.
There we go.
Should put my glasses on. Anyway, Pat touched on this, short history. 1986, that's when the bond was passed, and actually began the construction of 1.5 million of the public safety radio system. RTA joined in 1988 as a part owner of the radio system, and they hired an engineer, Trot Communications, which you just heard, and yes, it's the same company, and I'll come back to the process a little bit more detail on how Trot was actually selected. A contract was awarded to GE, which is also known as Harris today, and the county joined in 1994, became actually the third owner of the system. And then in 2004, the port, there was a MOU signed to participate in the radio system. Overview of the current system. You have approximately about 38,000 mobiles and portables on the system today. All users pay the city on a quarterly basis, and when I mean the city, it's really the regional radio system, based on the number of radios they have on the system. The breakdown on what they pay for the system, backbone maintenance costs. You have your annual maintenance. We have some rentals on towers, electrical consumptions, radio software, annual maintenance, radio technician salary, radio unit maintenance costs. So who's using this system? We have the City of Corpus Christi, RTA, Nueces County, the Emergency Service Districts 1 through 6, Robstown Police, Fire EMS, Refinery, Terminal Fire Company, CCISD, Driscoll Police Department, Port of Corpus Christi, the NAS, Mutual Aid Radios, interoperability with Port Aransas, Portland, San Patricio County. Now, I'm going to just stop here for a second. This is actually a regional radio system. This is all about interoperability, so on a daily basis, you can work in an environment where everybody can communicate to everybody else. The reason for that is that in a time of emergency, which we're all familiar with, the right folks can talk to the right folks at the right time to streamline the response in a critical situation. Now, this is an interesting slide. This is an overview of the radio system that's been simplified. But if you look, there's a little handheld radio, there's the tower, and then the tower will transmit to a translator. I want to point out that in the radio system, there's different levels or releases of the software that the protocols that are used. You will hear EDAX is a protocol. Phase 1, protocol. Phase 2, enhancement of phase 1. So you can mix and match and make it all very complicated. But due to the fact that the system is old, and we're back into a box here, is that all EDAC radios that's on the current system today will prevent us from moving forward with a new system or the upgrade of the system. The reason for that, as long as we have one EDAC, everybody has to communicate with that protocol. And we bought, cities bought them, counties bought them, other users, phase 1, phase 2 radios. But we've never actually benefited from the functionality that would be in those systems. So the translator takes the EDACs and then talks to the main controller or the core, and this is critical. You own the Harris core for phase 1, phase 2. In other words, you don't have to invest over $200,000, $300,000 on the core. We utilize it in an upgrade. All the software to bring it up to date is already there. Well, it's free to us. We just haven't taken the upgrade because there was truly no benefit from it. And yes, it will enable GPS and some of the functionality that folks are looking for. Now I'll move over into Metrocom. And this is what I do, folks. I've been in public safety. I've been law enforcement. I'm retired out of the city of Austin. I built the Combined Center, regional radio. I know when I look at these projects, what's the most critical thing that can actually hurt us and actually disable the radio system. In Metrocom, the radio consoles are done. We're on borrowed time. It's on the critical path. We separate that from where we're talking about the infrastructure. These consoles, radio consoles, they must be replaced. So my recommendation or takeaway today is going to cost approximately $564,000 to replace 14 consoles, which the county has 22% pro rata share. The rest is carried by the city. Why is this critical? These start going offline. We have 14. We're down to 13. I know it doesn't sound much, but this is the lifeline to your first responders. This is how we coordinate. There should be no reason today why we should be exposed to this point in Metrocom. I'm a little slow at turning the papers here. So the benefits for the upgrade. The current system is 27 years old and is at the end of life. Maintain the interoperability between the agencies and the jurisdictions. That's the key point I've already touched on. Increase the capacity of complete radio systems. Basically, by running EDACs on the system today, which is very old protocol, we've never benefited from the other enhancements from phase 1 or phase 2. What does that mean? We go to phase 2, we basically double our radio capacity. So this is all great news for growth and that we need to meet now and future growth. The other point is, by doing the upgrade, we can have a transition, and this is key, that can actually be managed and funded according to budgets. Because this is really new information to everybody. The city was looking at a $12 million hit to replace all the radios, which is, like again, it's at the 11th hour. But as I was digging down, I realized that we can take a different approach and be smart about it. We can stabilize Metrocom. We can go ahead and start the migration of the EDAX radios off the system, and then we can start taking advantage of the new system, phase 1, phase 2. And obviously, when we do this, we will improve the coverage, and there will be additional coverage need that's going to come about because of development and already areas that are blind spot to the Sheriff's Department, which is critical that we meet those needs too. So how many EDAC radios do we have in the entire system? We have 1,269 radios. The county has 74. And that replacement cost is $240,000. The replacement cost of the remaining 1,195 is $3.6 million. And yes, the city has a nice share of that too, of the 3.6. As far as when I say these radios, we separate infrastructure, which the city had a bond passed, and then the pro rata share of the owners to build and construct or upgrade the infrastructure. Once we enter into phase 3, we can replace, once we have replaced, and in phase 3, we'll replace all the EDAC radio system, or radios, and we can continue with the upgrade. The remaining infrastructure, which then by that time, we're talking about repeaters, analyzing different coverage areas, then we can actually install it and then test. On this next slide is the breakdown of the potential cost for the infrastructure. I've been told that they've been managing to a $4 million total infrastructure, not to do with the radios. And you'll see the pro rata share of each owner. And the major owner, is, as you can see, is the county and the city, and then it's RTA. And then there's other owners that will contribute to, users that will contribute to the upgrade of this cost. So as far as TROC communication, what's interesting about it is that we develop an RFP. We developed in the RFP were these requirements. We put it out for bid. During the bid process, there was 10 companies that actually responded. The team, Assistant Chief Perez, well, he was here earlier. Is he still here?
There he is.
He was part of the evaluation committee, and we went ahead and we evaluated all the RFPs. We had a pre-bid, and then we had the interviews. And TROC Communications came out on top by everybody. So that's good news, and it's interesting. They're the ones that actually built the system originally. So what do we need a consultant for today? What we need a consultant for is to ensure on coverage expansion that we're smart about it, and that we can actually do thorough coverage testing to validate the equipment, the upgrade equipment, that once in place, we're receiving what we're paying for. It's the old trust but verify. This is a mission critical, first responders' lives depend on it, the public lives for quick response, and that's what we need to do the due diligence and have the consultant firm who specializes and live this every day and know the testing and how thorough it needs to be so we can ensure that when we go live, that we have a reliable system in place. Is there any questions at this moment?
I just want to add to please note that there is funding for this. I know Dale's not here, but we verified, Tyner and I believe, with Ms. Teresa, and it's coming from General Capital Projects, and this was contemplated by Judge Neal in the previous year. I believe, Ms. Eldridge, you spoke with the judge, and therefore it was, this is the first time it's come before you, but it was contemplated as having a source of funding, and it's identified on page 1. And now for questions.
Yes, I have a couple questions. One, if we can get a copy of this presentation, I'd like to have.
Yeah, it's not in our binders, guys.
I have a copy
If
here.
you can get it to Tyner, and then he can
Yeah,
contribute to.
appreciate that.
to the
Yes,
court.
Commissioner.
Also, if you can go back to slide, I guess, 10, just the previous, maybe, it might have been the previous slide right
That's the
before.
breakdown, the pro rata shares?
Yeah, can we do that on the screen as well? I don't know if you or Pat can do that. There we
It
go.
is.
Okay. So these are the number of radios that are estimated or believed to be used by each of these agencies? Is that right?
These are the radios based on the latest inventory that's being utilized on the system itself.
Okay.
And the owners, well, obviously, we figure out the total, and then we're able to figure out the pro rata cost based on the number of radios that's on the system.
Okay.
And this also should be revalidated, which we're in the process of doing. But for us and the county, the city, the county, and RTA, it's pretty, we bear
the brunt of it.
Yes.
Sure, absolutely. And I appreciate all the work y'all have done. My only concerns, of course, are the smaller communities in my precinct. Driscoll, they've had issues, and I thank you all for working on that, and the judge, and of course, the sheriff's department and others, with the overall cost. My question, though, was with Driscoll, that it shows they have a need, or I guess they're expected to use 12 total radios, but reality is, it's like a 3-person department. So are these radios like backups, so when one breaks, they have extra, or
They may be referring to
I don't know
handhelds
if
and
the
mobile.
chief maybe can help. A little bit closer.
Come closer to the dais.
Handhelds,
Okay,
and also we have mobile radios that are actually in the cars.
in the cars, okay.
So, and then plus maybe one in the office, so we're not just talking.
Gotcha. So that's how they get up to
person.
12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can understand, that's at least 6 right there, maybe a couple in the office, so,
Correct.
and maybe a few extras. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on that. In another community, and I was just out there yesterday with the mayor, and we've had issues or questions, is the city of Agua Dulce. And so, of course, they just had a city marshal come on board with a deputy, and that's a relatively new police force here in the county. And so, once again, I know there's cost, and I guess some of them do opt out, because I don't think that Bishop Police Department is on here,
I don't see their, I don't-
right? They do their own. And even, it looks like our constables are not on here either, so
I think the constables are on the 600.
are
Sheriff?
they part of that? So the constables are.
They are.
So, but Agua Dulce is not, and Bishop's not in my precinct, but just to kind of use them as an example.
Well-
So is that, how can we get them on? Or, I just think while we're talking about this right now, what are the issues kind of preventing, or what would allow us to make this happen? Or is that something they don't want? I know, I've spoken with Marshal Martinez out there, with Joe, and, he's always expressed concern, obviously, being able to radio for backup, since it's just a two-man crew out there, and their actually closest city is Alice, but they're obviously here in Nueces County, and we want to keep them connected. So, Chief, can you help me with that?
What happened with them is their startup costs did not allow to implement the fee that MetroCom was asking to be paid. So, under the previous administration of the sheriff's office, we gave them the radios and the resources, and the county is paying for that right now. And the reason behind that is they're able to handle some of our calls that normally a deputy would handle. So it was kind of a trade-off. And so, and then plus also they are in our active reserve program. So
How about Bishop?
So if,
Bishop, I don't know about Bishop. I think they provide their own radios or
They've never,
their own dispatch.
they've never asked to be part of
No.
MetroCom, or has anybody contacted them to see what they want to?
I got excuse me. As far as this being a regional radio system and the interoperability, we're going to be doing an outreach program, Bishop and other agencies, looking at the school buses for, and you say why, if we have to do a mass evacuation, we can use buses, just like why RTA's on it. But yes, actually, that was discussed at the last meeting, because now's the time to reach out and see who else would like to be part of it, because it simply makes sense to do it. And we'll make sure we'll reach out to Bishop.
And commissioners,
Like if, say Bishop, would it be a cost to get into it?
I'm not sure the exact dollars. Pat, do you have a cost? It depends on the number of officers, handhelds.
Each entity that is new to the system pays a certain fee per radio to come on. I believe it's about $400 per radio to come onto the system. Of course, then they have to buy their own radios. Then they have the monthly maintenance that Mr. Collins had gone through, that incomplete list of maintenance charges that they're billed quarterly on.
and let me just point out that MetroCom is a board of two. It's myself and Mayor Joe McComb at the moment. And so, I spoke with Peter and Pat earlier at length, and spoke with Peter again this morning, and said within the next 2 weeks, MetroCom will have a board meeting, and I think that this is an opportunity to call, for those folks to come in, so that, A, we can brief them, and then they can take back to their respective entities and see how they might want to participate or not. We also talked about other issues that I think are really good issues, including funding sources. You might be sitting here wondering, where are we going to come up with these dollars? Maria, I don't know if she's still in the audience, but hiding, thank you, Maria. And I, thanks to Sheriff Hooper. Sheriff Hooper emailed me something on port security grants. I emailed it to Maria. She and I had a sit down about it. and we think that there might be a funding source for Nueces County, and whatever that means, and let me just leave it at that, Commissioners. In other words, if I bring it into Nueces County, it'll be for this court to decide if we help Bishop, or if we help, some of these smaller communities that cannot probably afford to be a part of it. This funding source is a very viable one. It's actually called the Port Security Grants Program. And interestingly, at the port, when I sat there, we tried to get it all the time, and guess who gets them? Counties that have ports. So we can create this, and because the port is an owner, we think there's a really good nexus here. And so we're going to be working with these two fine people to kind of give us all the backup documentation that we need. But that's one possible funding source. And of course, I hate to keep harping, but this obviously goes into what we call IT, infrastructure technology, in our CIP plan. So it's not just bricks and mortar, but these are the costs that we're going to see, and we're going to need to figure out how to phase them over time. But as I understood it, the action item today, Commissioners, is to approve the $43,000 for the consultant. I'd like to get a motion on that.
Wait, Judge, I didn't get to finish my question.
Okay.
So back to Agua Dulce. How do they contact you all if they need backup?
Their radios are programmed to our channels, so they communicate directly to MetroCom. So
they're part of it then, or they're not?
Yes, Agua Dulce is on MetroCom, and so is Bishop and Driscoll. They're all on MetroCom. They communicate, and they do pay a fee for it. And if you would like to know, I believe they pay $25,000.
But currently, Agua Dulce is, we're absorbing their costs.
But the Driscoll paid 25,000. That's what I remember.
Quick question. Who are the owners of the system?
The owners, there's three of them.
RTA
The city,
and Nueces County. Okay. So how much was the entire amount to hire this person?
129.
Okay. Just wanted some clarity.
And Commissioner, that's in two phases.
Okay.
So the payments would be split in half, too.
Well, I'm always looking for money, and I know the city has more. Y'all don't want to kick a little extra in for us?
Well, I understand when you wear a tie now.
Yeah, that's you're asking for money. Yeah, so let's point that out, that the $43,000 will be paid in two payments. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
That helps us fiscally as well. And again, we did identify the source. But it will be you're going to see it as a line item in our budget. But I do think we need this MetroCom meeting because it's raised a lot of issues as to, let's not go backwards, but we certainly did wait to the 11th hour. No planning, no money, not a good strategy. So we want to be much more proactive, but I want to thank you, Mr. Collins. Again, the meritocracy system should be alive and well, but I guess it's not. But if it were, you'd be the king today, because the analysis that you've provided, as I understand it, is that because we have the Harris system is going to be able to allow us to upgrade and not completely, scrap everything we have. And our immediate priority is going to be to the 14 consoles, which is made possible to upgrade because it's the same company, right? And all the software upgrades are available because they're normally available. We just need to ask for them.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
So I see it as a good thing. All right, I've got a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. I'll post that MetroCom, Commissioners, so y'all can attend as well. Okay? I think it'd be a good idea to attend that meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. Look forward to working with both of you. Number 4 is Nueces Together, and it's the actual agreement. This is a prior, we've already approved this, but this is the actual agreement, and coming forth to the dais is Steve Ray. And I think it's good to introduce the chairman the chairman, forgive me, what is it in the 501c3? Is he the member? Is he the secretary and treasurer? Sorry, okay.
Make good use of
Well, I made him a chairman here. Okay, Mr. Robert Cuevas. Hi. Go ahead.
First of all, we'd just like to thank the Commissioners Court for actually starting this process for the census. It's extremely important to to the coastal Bend area and particularly in Nueces County. And all of you have been extremely helpful in explaining to people why this is important and necessary. And so we would just like to express our appreciation first for that. And we're certainly ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, I just think you should update that you and I and many others from Nueces Together received training, formal training by Uncle Sam, and you might just want to touch on that.
Right, we've had one formal training, and we expect to have more, especially for the Complete Count Committee as they start coming on board, so that people will know. I've asked the guy who gave it, who was really good at what he did, but I've asked him to cut it down a little bit because nobody wants to come and sit for 2 to 4 hours to listen to things on how the census works. But I think we can cut that down and get people some one-pagers that will explain a lot of the things that they might learn in detail elsewhere. But it's a really good process. We've got a Facebook page set up that we're going to start promoting in June. We're going to have a website done so that people can go to that website to find out how to go online and fill out the census forms. And I always like to go back to the return on investment for this project, and I just put a little pencil to it while I go, and I used a low number because the number that people are saying when we first started this was $1,700. Every person that's counted in the census is worth $1,700 for that area, but now it's actually up to $1,900 is the last one. But I'm still figuring that $1,700 just to keep things, on the kind of the lower level. But if we were able to identify and to get 1,000 people, just 1,000 people, to be a part of the census, we would make $1.7 million a year for the next 10 years for this area. That's a huge return on investment. If we were able to find 5,000 people that we were able to put in that census, it'd be about 8,500,000 extra for this area. If we were able to get 10,000, it goes way up to 17 million a year for this county. And I think, if I remember the numbers from the last census, it was about 70-something% of eligible people to be in the census were counted in Nueces County. And so you got 30% of the people here who really did not become a part of the census, and we missed that money. Because that money means, as we talked about before, it means money for roads, it means money for medical care, it means money for affordable housing. There's all sorts of things that this affects. And so it's extremely important that we count every person that's here in this county. And one thing I'd just like to note, because some people have asked this question, but this is a constitutional issue. And the Constitution of the United States says that every person should be counted. It doesn't say that they're black, white, brown, pink, polka dotted. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether they're people here who are just going to school or whether or not they're people here who are undocumented workers. The Constitution says that every person should be counted. And so that's what we plan to do, and we're going to do the very best we can do to make sure that every person in Nueces County is counted for the United States Census so that we can help bring more money into this area.
Thank you, and I just want to recognize, just because I want us to get familiar with them, you have important questions. We had all kinds of great questions that came up at the workshop, like, do students get counted that are at the university? Do prisoners get counted that are in Sheriff's 98% jail? All kinds of interesting questions. So just like at least say hi, Patrick McDonald, Nancy McDonald, they're going to be part of the leadership team, but explain Robert Cuevas and the 4 independent members that Mayor Joe McComb and I put together, and explain their role. Because I hate to say this, but you guys are doing the the sweat equity, right? You're going to actually
Right.
do the work, but you have these 4 citizens, these 4 individuals that are there to make sure, on behalf of all of us, that you guys are doing a good job and that you're doing everything right.
Well, absolutely, and one of the things that we talked about from the beginning when we started doing this is how transparent we need to be.
Absolutely.
With this nonprofit, and because we're asking for taxpayer money to bring more taxpayer money into the area, and so we want to be just as transparent as we can. And in doing that, we have set up the 4 people already on the board for the nonprofit that are members of this community. And I've known Robert for a long time, and I would hate for him to have to be looking after my personal stuff because he's pretty tough on when it comes to money.
Well,
And
you
he-
chose wisely because he's the office manager of Linebarger.
Absolutely.
And,
So
so that's great. But no, I just thank you, Robert, for your service. It's a total volunteer position, and we appreciate you really just being the leader and the steward of these dollars. And of course, you guys are going to be making presentations to the city, to the RTA, to the port, to probably many others. Is that correct? Okay. So with that, is there any, I'd like a
one thing I just mentioned. Since
discussion.
it's here, we do get to count those prisoners.
We do?
We do get to count.
Okay, so how about, yes, go ahead, Nancy, come on up, and then we're going to have a few questions for you, sorry.
So I thought I'd just take this opportunity, Nancy McDonald with Nueces together, to let you guys know what other cities and counties in Texas are doing, and really across the nation. So this is huge, because it's the decennial one, the every 10 years, that's constitutionally required. There's a lot of interim censuses that take place. And of course, the business community is who most uses, the census data. And we, as the judge and Steve talked about, we received some formal training from the census, and we'll see them again. But the United States Census, this decennial one, for the first time, is pulling back on staff and field because they're going online. And they're, depending on that, increasing their efficiency. But in certain undercounted areas, you still need those door knockers. And so we're concentrating a lot on that issue, although we'll get all the support, and we will, be supporting the online thing. And the other thing I thought was important to mention, so in the city of Dallas has taken the lead. Harris County and Bexar County, the county's taken the lead, and the city's, of course, coming in. The full-time staff for census at the city of Dallas, and their fundraising goal is like $1.5 million over a 2-year deal. And I'm talking to her, I was like, what are you going to do with that money? Well, media buys in the DFW media market are very expensive. It's big. It's like Houston, Chicago. And so, they're going to start full-on TV ads and everything else. And so New York State, Texas, Florida, and California are spending the most money, have the most at stake and the most to lose because we're the most populated. So it's young children are undercounted. A lot of people don't know you're supposed to count the babies. Students are undercounted. They think they're being counted back home, and they're here at higher education. Rural areas and people who don't have technology access.
Broadband, yeah.
But the last thing I want to say is that in the Constitution, one of the reasons for the census is to provide governments with, and the exact phrase is, the data to provide fair and informed governance. So that's way back in our founding fathers, and you guys are, of course, ground zero, the real local governments. So the more information you have on the demographics of the people that you are responsible for, the more you can make fair and informed governance. So I think it's a real noble cause there, too. That's all I had to say.
That's great background. Commissioner, we have multiple, if you'll stay, we have multiple questions. Commissioner Vaughn first.
I think I want to ask this to Mr. Ray.
Okay, Steve, come on back up.
For some reason, people start getting nervous when you start doing a census. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I think it needs to be done, and you have to do it. The biggest question that I've had, what are they going to do with that data?
Well, and here's the interesting thing. We will not have access to that data. In other words, I can't tell you that Joe Smith and John Matos' precinct filed out that census form unless we're the one that has to take it out there and see it. But even if we give him a piece of paper or a little phone to fill out his form, we don't see that, we do not have access to what they put on that form. And we don't have access to know exactly who's signed up who's already done their census forms. That's not available. What we will have is we'll have census tracts that will say maybe 10% in this census tract in John Matos' district have filed, have already signed up on the census. And that will be coming from the federal government. But they will not be giving us names. They will not be giving us any of the information. In fact, the information on those census forms is not available to anyone outside the federal government for 50 years. And if we try to get that in, for example, if I went out there and I said, oh, I can use this information on something else, I'm facing a 5-year federal prison term. So that's not going to happen. But what we are going to do is that we're going to market this thing the very best we can so that everyone knows that they should be counted and that how important it is for them to be counted for our area.
So your main job is to make sure everyone's counted. You're going to go door to door.
We will be
door to door.
What we will be doing, for example, it's going to be done by census tract. So if census tract 3, for example, just bringing that out, and they did not, we know that only 10% of the people there have completed the census forms. We may send block walkers out to that area and knock on doors and say, hey, have you completed your census form? And then give them their options on how they do that. But we will not be seeing what they, it's like taking a ballot out. You're not going to see who they vote for, hopefully. but we will not have access to what they fill out, and we will not have access to anything except.
You're not going to be helping them fill it out.
Not going to be helping them fill it out.
That's good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I had a question. On the contract, page 2 of 5, section I, it shows Nueces Together Will, and lists a bunch of different bullet points. And the fourth one down talks about how you'll develop and implement both paid and earned media plans, which obviously I think is one of the biggest parts.
Absolutely.
Is to get the word out like y'all have mentioned already. And I know it says including but not limited to, but you put radio and print, and you've already talked about the social media. Can we add that on, or does it matter really? Or because it's
we play actually most
including but not limited to, it doesn't really mean.
And I will just tell you that most of the money that we're developing in the budget that will be spent on the marketing is going to digital. Okay. Because I think we can get a lot of PSAs and a lot of people on radio and with Javier or Lago or whoever we put them with to talk about the census to help get that word out there. There'll be some paid media for TV, but I think we can get a lot of PSAs as well. And so most of the money that we're budgeting for media is for digital media.
And just as a last comment, and I know you're doing your best, and I'm just anxious to hear back, but just my own 2 cents is I'm hoping that you guys will find a place to be housed where people can just come in and ask questions too. I know rent is expensive and it's probably cheaper being in a big building, but I'll look forward to a report back from you guys as to where you rent. If at all possible, if money allows, having it low, like first floor where I can walk in and I see you from the street and there's a big census information here, Nueces Together. That's my instinct that would be the best, but
Absolutely.
I know it's tough.
We've been looking for places and found some and tried to negotiate down. They didn't want to negotiate down, but but there are some others for us to look at with, and we would like to have something on the first floor, and we'd like to have something with the window so that people can look in and know that something.
Okay, just keep us posted on that, because that's going to be, I think, really important as to where you are so people can come and.
Absolutely.
And then, okay, so thank you. Are there any other questions here? One more here, sorry. One more here.
Talk about Facebook and website. What about Twitter? Is that
Twitter?
Patrick's a good Twitter. He does a lot of interesting things, Twitter and.
Hello, Commissioner Maris. Our digital plan is really exciting. It's actually based, among other things, on individual users' ISPs. That's really easy to obtain marketing data. So Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the different social channels are tracked in a number of ways. On the first layer that we usually interact with, just our personal Facebook browsing, but also on the back end at the machine level. So our digital media plan that we have in place right now is pretty robust, and it's a little bit more sophisticated than the average Facebook boost you might do for a nonprofit or a charity event. So it's a open and transparent channel. If you have any questions, we can talk offline.
And then give us later also an update on how we as commissioners and county judge can, I mean, I know what my role is because I've got the complete count committee, but for them, give them the rules because maybe they can do, sometimes they put out, like Commissioner Gonzalez does a great newsletter, Commissioner Modis may want to do a radio spot. I mean, maybe give us ways to where they can work on their own precincts over time.
We're really depending on people like the commissioners to be of help in this because, I mean, truthfully, you were elected to office, so people trust you, at least enough to put you in office. And so we need people to understand and hear from people that they trust that they need to fill out the census form and it's safe to fill out the census form and what the census form is about. And that's going to be included partially with the complete count committee, but it is extremely important that every elected official gets behind this because it is so important to this area and to this county as far as money is concerned. And look, it's not and I always tell people, somebody else said, well, I just don't like it when the government gives you money for that. I said, it's not a government handout. Those are our taxes we've already paid to the federal government. And what's happening is that we're finally getting some of that money back into this area so that we can use it.
Right.
You got some places you want to go meet, like in the rural area, let us know. We might have some.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, Commissioner.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We're going to be counting a lot on you for that. So
Yeah.
you and John, I know y'all have most of the rural areas, and so
But Carolyn, too,
Carolyn's got some out in Cal Allen there.
Now, don't forget about me. Another question, can and will they use this data for anything else?
No, I mean, well, they'll use businesses will use it, economic development corporations will use it, but not the information that is included on the form that you fill out by person. In other words, I'm not going to be able to tell what John Mottos' educational background is. I'm not going to be able to know how much money Carolyn Bond makes every year if she puts a deal in there. I'm not going to know, any of those kinds of things that may be on a census form. Those things will be a statistic, and that's all it is. It's not going to be directed to that person. But what we're actually trying to do, and through the census, is to collect statistics and to come up with statistical forms. And it's used by everybody from businesses that want to come to your area to the government in determining how much Medicaid funds you get, how much affordable housing money you get, how much money you get for roads, all sorts of different things. But those are the statistics that are used. It's not the information that's
Right.
collected.
Okay. So we're going to be hearing from you guys a lot. Let's face it, you're probably going to be on every agenda. Let's get one of those clocks, like they have the countdown, like for the new year, that, the reverse clock. Let's get that. March 23rd, I learned this in my training. March 23rd, 2020 is the first day you can fill out online. I'm going to have a big party on the second floor, and I'm going to invite everybody to lead by example and to let's all go together, fill out our census, right? And create kind of a big day in Nueces County. But that's the first day that I remember that you can fill it out, March 23rd, 2020. That's what they told us, but as they say, you're going to be my expert, so you verify that.
We'll do that.
Okay, thank you, guys. We had a motion and a second, I think. No, we need a motion. I thought motion was here, but and then the second from Ms. Carolyn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, thank you. Rolling on here with record speed is Edward to tell us about all of the different meal programs that we have relating to Title III and 20.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
This is our yearly application to HHS, which is Health and Human Services, Texas Department of Health and Human Services, and the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. We're going to serve about 74,000 meals to 80,000 meals, and we'll get about $340,000, $350,000 back. We'll also do about 7,000 units of transportation. So,
This is a yearly routine, right? We go through every year to get it back?
yes, sir.
I move.
And he's got a motion, and I have reviewed it, but can I have a second, though? Okay, this is obviously a great service that we do. Thank you, Edward. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Thank you, Edward. And now, I know we got Jason, welcome. Who's going to do the presentation here? Michael. Michael, come up and tell us a little bit about the Global Spectrum contract and its relationship with the fairgrounds.
Okay, so per the contract under RFP 3015-16, the term of the contract was for 3 years. That term is coming up for expiration in September the 30th of this year. That contract allows for 2 additional one-year terms, and the contract states that the county may, in its sole discretion, extend the initial term by providing written notice of that extension to the manager, which is Spectra, no later than June 1st, 2019 for the first extension. The actual renewal extension contract itself gets brought back before the court in August. And there are 3 dates. We have either the 7th, 14th, or 28th, but one of those days we'll be coming back with that.
Okay.
Provided that you guys vote to do the extension. So at this point, we're just seeking the court's approval to send the letter to Spectra, if that's our intention.
Just the notice of intent.
Yes.
So do I have a motion on that?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion, second discussion. The discussion I have is recognizing Jason Green here from Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. And just to let you all know, because I think it's important and I welcome any questions, is that I'm going to have 2 bites at the apple. I'm going to get a chance to meet with Spectra Friday, and I'm going to get a chance to meet with Spectra next week when they come in for other reasons for the Ortiz Center, and I'm capturing them because I think that's the executive team. And I just think I just wanted you to know that it's, I think, going to be a very robust discussion about how we can be partners in the best possible way to really increase revenue, which is what our ultimate goal is, and what your goal is from Comcast Spectra is we've got to make the fairgrounds an inviting place to want to come do business. And to do that, we have some skin in the game, but they need some skin in the game too. And so I'm going to be talking to them, Jason, about how we can really, quite frankly, up our game out there so that we can attract everything we want to business-wise, because that's how we can survive. And so I look forward to that. Commissioner Modis, I was going to invite you, but I got to get with Maggie. I'm not even sure the date, but they get 2 chances to talk to Spectra and about, kind of, hey, I told Michael, I don't want it just to be a renewal. It's not just no, we're going to talk about, if I could get Chip and Joanna Gaines to come down here, and I'm doing an all-call right now, this is what we need, because it's an awesome place, and it needs to be your primary destination for weddings, receptions, events, conferences, but you got to have it up to snuff to be able to attract that type of business. And I know Jason's does everything he can with the resources, but we're going to look to the big bosses up in wherever they're from. Is that okay? I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a good discussion. So notice of intent, we have a motion and a second. Anybody have any thoughts here? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay. I'm really serious. I think it'd be great to get Joanna and Chip. This is like the best HGTV project ever, the fairgrounds. Hey, Scott, we're skipping, well, actually, we have it in an executive session. Do you want to give we don't want to hear from Scott on this, or do
I have to wait.
Hold on. Scott, you've been here all day.
Yes, ma'am.
That's so great. But you can't do it because we're going to go to executive.
Right.
So Scott, can you hang out with us? Because we're going to do executive and come back. If not, we can always contact your office. What do you think, Lauda?
Yeah, he doesn't, he's basically has spoken in the past, so,
Yeah, I've given them all the information.
So you're good. Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming out and giving us the opportunity to ask a question, because one never knows.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think we're going to deal with this in executive session. Is that okay?
No, I think that's great.
All right.
And I'm glad you guys are doing this. I really am.
Thank you.
I think it's needed.
Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you so much. Skipping grants, because we've already dealt with it. We're going to move to Annette. I saw her here. Oh, hey, how are you? Yes, Doctor. Yeah. Go ahead.
He's a new assistant director?
Yeah, we're excited to have him. I just saw Annette early. That's why I said it.
Yes, she was here.
She was here earlier, had to leave.
Yes.
To walk us through this important, you have 2 items.
Yes, so today I have, so my name is Dr. Dante Gonzalez. I'm the interim, and I wrote it down because I messed up last time. I'm the interim public health assistant director. So I'm here to present 2 items, which are grant renewals. The first item I'm here to present is a recommendation to accept and approve a grant amendment with the Department of State Health Services to continue providing funds in the amount of $232,557 for public health emergency preparedness. The grant runs from July 1st through June 30th, and this is an amendment to help us, to allow our public health emergency preparedness to continue providing essential services for Nueces County, which include disease surveillance and investigations, as well as health emergency preparedness. PHEP investigates over 90 reportable conditions in Nueces County, and we provide critical support during emergencies.
Second.
Hearing a motion, a second. Any further discussion? If not, signify by saying aye for your approval. Aye. Okay, thank you. And now number 2.
Yes, number 2 is, again, this is a grant renewal. This is a grant renewal with the Department of State Health Services, which provides HIV surveillance funds in the amount of $41,865. The grant runs from September 1st through August 31st, and the STD HIV department provides surveillance activities in Nueces County. And last year, we provided almost 1,800 tests to patients.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion for this grant? Okay, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for being here and for being patient. I know it, and for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a Public Works, and again, come on up, Juan, Sheriff. Thanks for being patient, too. You've had a lot of interesting agenda items, though, today. Join us one more time. This is a small budget. It's very small.
Yes, ma'am.
Budget change order. I think it was 67.
Yes, ma'am. This is a change order. Yes, change order number 13 is to I guess go from 144 beds to 96 beds in the annex. Attaches a drawing in the change order of how it's going to get modified. Public Works is recommending the change order. So I guess you all have any questions.
When's it going to be ready?
Commissioner, I know right now they're working on the fire exhaust system. They have till pretty much in September or October timeframe. However, they'll probably have the building, that part of the building will probably be ready sooner. I know the remodeling and or the additional, it's pretty much in a final completion phase. And then the other thing is just trying to get a generator out there, and that's in the works right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Juan and I had that discussion on generator already.
Yes. And this kind of one, I know the sheriff is here. But,
Yeah, the sheriff is behind you.
But the drawing has been reviewed by the sheriff's department.
Yeah, that's what I was going to have him certify for
And
us.
everybody's, I mean, so Sheriff, you want to say anything?
I'll just say that we're good with this version of the
Right.
plan.
That's real important.
Ready to answer any questions.
So this is a reduction of beds,
Yes, it is, from 144 to 96.
and may I ask why?
The square footage of those dorms, of those buildings, would not safely accommodate 144. They will safely accommodate 96.
And this per standards, I mean, this is jail standards all around the.
I am under the impression that Jail Standards has approved this current floor plan.
But I mean, I guess any amount of beds additionally is going to help us, but this is not, obviously, there's a drop, a small drop, but a drop in the initial figure. I mean, will we still be okay with this 90-something?
It's our only option. It's the floor, the square footage in those 2 dorms will only accommodate safely 96 beds.
And I will say that I've heard the chief say, your chief say, it'll be full on the weekend.
We're at 98% now. We're at a flashpoint once again. I enjoyed going to Austin with you. I don't want to go back.
I'm with you. I didn't like that.
But yes, I approve of this floor plan.
Yes, sir.
When this came about, how in the world could we have made a mistake thinking we could put 147 beds in there, and now we're down to 90-something?
I didn't investigate history. I was dealt with reality.
I know that, but
and-
I think that question needs to be answered.
Yeah, Juan and I were dealt with this hand. If you want to speak with,
I would like to know how,
Come on up. Let me recognize Philip Ramirez from Turner Ramirez, and maybe you can help. Thank you.
I can give a little bit of history on this.
Thank you.
I think that'll hopefully shed some light on it to Commissioner Vaughn's question. Thank you, Judge Canales and commissioners here for allowing me to speak. So when we originally started on investigating this project, as some of you may know, our firm had originally transformed that jail from the old Levi Strauss distributorship into the McKinsey Jail annex as we know it today. Originally, that facility had, in the current location that we're talking about building these, or we've basically built these 2 dorms, 3 dormitories that existed at the time when it was constructed. And so, as Sheriff mentioned, you know, there's a magic number of, I believe, 48 beds per dormitory. That's kind of a magic number. And the standards that we had back then, there was 3 dormitories that existed, and over time, when the Waco Street Annex got constructed and built, you know, they vacated those original 3 dorms, and they were left kind of vacant, and ultimately they became cannibalized by administrative functions of the Sheriff's Department. They had a weight room in there, and they had some offices that they had kind of built over time. And so when we went back to, we had multiple meetings with Sheriff Kalin was trying to maximize the amount of beds that we had in that facility, and he came up with the idea, or somebody within the staff came up with the idea, to go and say, what if we repurposed and, you know, moved everybody out of those old dorms and went back in and developed another renovation of those 3 dorms at 48 beds per dorm, and went forth with that. And so we went to jail standards, met with them in Austin, discussed this concept. Because of the spatial requirements that Sheriff Hooper just mentioned, there's some requirements there. And so there was a compromise that was developed through jail standards and through the director of jail standards, said it in the meeting and said, well, we can't do 3 dorms because there's not enough space, but we can carve it into 2 and basically distribute the additional 3rd dorm beds between the 2 dormitories themselves, but that would have required a rover, and it would have required a much more dense packing of these dormitory beds, as Sheriff would have said. And so that all got approved and went through jail standards, and, you know, we have letters of approval and everything. But as you look at it, and I think once Sheriff kind of walked it along with his staff, once they started putting all these beds in, they said, well, wait a minute. You know, this is pretty tight, and you have a lot of bodies in there, you know, that are arguably, you know, could be a safety for his own officers and for the other inmates, and just the amount that we had to crowd those beds in, while technically we were okay, I mean, we got approved by jail standards, it's functionally not problematic. The beds are kind of back to back with each other, and really, you know, he was afraid that I think that the inmates would be, you know, disturbing each other, or there could be potential for fights and things of that nature. And so therefore, the request, it simplifies things to actually have just 48 beds per dorm, as what was kind of originally conceived, but in a 2-dorm configuration. And so this allows us to spread the beds out under this new configuration, and I think, you know, allowed, instead of having to have one full-time, you know, basically attendant or deputy there watching that dorm on each dormitory, plus a rover to handle the additional split between the 3rd dormitory inmates going into each dormitory. That's a staffing issue. There's all sorts of issues that come along with that. So I think into this configuration, it allows much more room for the inmates to be separated, and hopefully would cause less consternation with, you know, potential safety risks. Allows him to staff it just with two deputies there at jail, and so that's kind of how we've arrived at this.
Okay, so basically, it was approved by jail standards. So
Yes,
everything was fine, no one did anything wrong.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
then Sheriff Hooper comes into the picture, and it's not realistic to have them back to back and that close knit. And so that's why it was cut down.
That's correct.
Just want clarity on that.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
It's good. It's good to get clarity.
You almost had it like a king-size bed, right?
I wish, you know, obviously, you know, this is.
I want to make
Yes, sir.
sure again, although it was, and I can't believe that jail standard approved that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go to any jail, any prison, I mean, that doesn't happen. I mean, you don't put inmates back to back. I mean, you know, you wake up with 3 inmates dead probably 3 times a month or something.
Right.
But I can't believe it. I got to make sure that jail standard really looks at this picture here,
Yes, sir.
and I know they're about maybe 2 or 3 feet apart now, right?
Yeah, well, now they're going to be, each bunk, Jag, will be separated. In other words, you just have top and bottom, so there's
You say
not.
separated, but how far
Right.
apart are they separated?
I think the requirement is 2'9", actually, so it's a little under 3 feet.
And that's pretty close too. But-
Yeah, that's still pretty close, yes, sir.
So, I just want to make sure to get something in writing from jail standards.
I think we have the in writing that approved the previous layout, Commissioner, but I mean, as far as, they will not kind of certify this project until we, make this change. Let me back up. We already have notice to proceed based on the other designs to complete construction. What we were waiting on before this kind of transpired was a final approval from jail standards, and so they'll have to still review it again under this new configuration and go forth with it as far as a final acceptance. So they reviewed the plan, and it's fine, but I understand the nature of your question. I think it was really just born out of trying to maximize as many people as we can put back into that jail because of the overcrowding conditions. And, again, we did go through that process. There was,
Somebody should have known better. The sheriff should have known better. Not this sheriff, but the other sheriff. I'm just.
Well, I think that's a terrible statement, because that's why I asked. I wanted clarity. So he wasn't trashed for not approving something that was wrong. It's clear that it was approved by jail standards. So that's why I wanted clarity to make sure that statement wasn't made.
It was reviewed at multiple phases. I mean, we don't just, hand them a set of plans and say, give us a rubber stamp. I mean, we met with them initially. This was kind of the concept, and, we have to submit plans at schematic design phase, at 65% design phase, and then at a final construction phase. So there's multiple review kind of methodologies there. And so, again, we have no problem accommodating sheriff and his desires. I mean, really, clearly this is his industry, and this is what he decides is best for the safety of the deputies that run the jail, and so we have no issue with it. Again, I think.
Well, it's clearly a better plan.
I think so, and we could have crammed them in there. We could have explored some.
What happened to our plan that we had about the federal inmates? Maybe the sheriff.
Sure, I can't speak to that.
I mean, are we going to be able to be physically enough to handle some federal inmates on that?
I don't think so. I'm at 98%.
That was the whole purpose of it to begin with.
That was a dream, but revenue's a bonus. Revenue's not reality. We're about security and the safety of the prisoners we're responsible for. If I could take other people's prisoners and make money doing that, that'd be sweet, but that's bonus. And at this point in time, I don't think that's going to happen.
I want to hear from you, Sheriff. I know you'd be upfront with it, because that was the whole dream we had before. Those federal prisoners for $100,000 and all this other stuff.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We'd love to have that revenue, but it's just not possible. Okay, the only question I have, so we can move on, but gosh, I got you here. So I came back from Washington, D.C. just a week ago. Amongst many conversations was a big ADA conversation. And without going into too much detail, let me just regurgitate what they told me. There will be no forgiveness for any ADA blunders on new buildings or those that are being currently renovated. So we can have a lot of discussion about forgiveness for a lot of other things, but I just need to work with you. It's just a nice opportunity for me to say this publicly, it's not a double check, it's a triple, quadruple check on ADA. If we get flagged, Philip, it's a big problem for this county fiscally, and it's an even bigger one for the sheriff. It's a nightmare to move people out and to do work. So I have to tell you, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm putting us all together. We're all in it together. ADA, before we move anybody in, has to be really, really looked at with Juan. And if we think even if it delays us opening a week, or I hate to tell you this, but it's actually going to be more economical to address it now. So just, could you look at that critically with us?
Judge, we will, and, we did work with.
And I appreciate what you just said, Judge, because I don't care about jail standards right now. It's got to be ADA. Somebody comes down and tell us you're ADA compliant.
Right.
Because if I'm saying you're less than 3 feet, well, jail standards might be okay, ADA might not be okay.
Understood, and these dormitories have been designed to accommodate the necessary ADA. We have 4 ADA beds per. We have ADA shower stalls. We've worked in conjunction with Carol Pruitt with regards to the county's consultant. He's reviewed those plans. I believe we are in.
Just make him do a walkthrough, and let me just tell you, You know how they say these will kill you?
Yeah.
Well, take it with you. And when he says, I approve, I want a picture,
Sure.
I want a video, and I want 10 witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not joking.
No, I understand.
I mean, it's scary to me.
It's serious stuff. And
It's serious stuff. And when I sat there at the Department of Justice, I mean, I got the chills, that came up my, spine, because there's no wiggle room at all for anything new. And I kind of gave them my word that in particular, they asked me what's new coming online, and I said this, and this is, anyway, I want Carol, I want the certificate in front of us. I want us all to look at it and then say, okay, we're ready to move prisoners in.
I have to give the hats off to Tyner because he's been very diligent
Has he?
on this
He's
project.
so good.
Making sure that we
Okay.
had Carol review it at the appropriate phases and
Yeah.
we have, that those expert eyes are looking at it from that perspective as well as ours as well. So
That's great.
duly noted, and we will
Appreciate it.
triple check it as well.
So
Judge.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you all.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Anything else, gentlemen? Okay, appreciate it. The last, I'm sorry, not the last. Sorry. We need to vote on it. Let me go back. You got a motion. I need a second for this change order.
Second.
A motion, a second. Any further? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Wow, purchasing. Michael, and we have Chase Carlisle here with us and Carlisle Insurance. We had Tommy earlier. He had to excuse himself, I know, because he had another meeting and a flight to catch. But don't tell him I said this, Chase, but I'm glad you're here. I know you'll do a good job. So, Michael, this is a really important moment here for us to digest on this casualty insurance.
Right, and on this one, we're going to go ahead and cover 4E1 and 4E2. It just makes sense to talk about both items, but we're going to
Okay.
have separate actions that we're asking of the court. One is going to be to approve the award on RFP 3099-19, and the second one is going to be to approve the renewal premiums for RFP 3072-18. And I'll explain how that goes through after I pass out these documents.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit and cover a little bit of how we got here. On 3/27, the court approved the selection of our broker of record, Carlisle Insurance, per local government code 262.036. On April 10th, the court approved an order authorizing the request for proposals, method of procurement for property and casualty insurance, and that's per local government code 262.030. And also the identification of the selection committee. The county advertised this request for proposals for multiple coverage areas, net of commissions, and that's key. On May 9th, we opened and we received two proposals, one from Amwin's brokerage, the other, and that was for the item number 1 on your list, property and windstorm, 2, excess flood, and 3, inland marine, which has our valuable papers, our fine arts, and our voting machines. Also, we received a proposal from Texas Association of Counties for the number 11 automobile liability. They also provided quotes for a general liability and law enforcement liability. The selection committee reviewed the proposals. We noted that there was an increase in premium under the property and windstorm of $76,562. There was a decrease in the excess flood due to the fact that Amwins includes excess flood in their proposal, and that's a decrease of $31,500. There was an increase slightly in inland marine of $4,321, and the auto liability had a slight reduction of $2,258. The remaining areas, that's items number 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which is our flood insurance, the comprehensive general and hangar keepers liability, the boiler and machinery, crime policy with public employee dishonesty coverage, public official liability, and the volunteers insurance received no proposal. Those items are going to be addressed on the second action, which is the renewal with our existing carriers via the county's broker of record.
Okay, Michael, I've had the benefit of really sitting and spending a lot of time with you and with Carlisle, so let me go ahead and give you a couple softballs that will help this commission. Let's address all of the increases and kind of give an explanation. Chase can chime in at any point, because some are completely out of our control. And a lot of it has to do with increasing in valuation. In other words, we've added $1.5 million, approximately $1.4 million worth of valuation, commissioners, which means you're getting there.
If y'all allow me,
All right, as long as you get there.
Get us there,
Okay.
and then we'll also have the
Good.
ability to
Okay,
discuss with
good,
Chase
because I
on
want to
any-
make sure we hit them all.
Yes. So in the flood insurance, there was an increase of $8,680. We also had a decrease in our public officials liability of $7,283. And as understood by legal and in compliance with Section 262.036, the broker of record is not entitled to collect commissions on the placement of insurance. So you'll see there's a line item there that shows commission credit reduction of $19,660.73. That's primarily attributable to the National Flood Insurance Program. They're not able to remove that commission themselves, and so that is going to be coming back to the county as a reduction on this due to that requirement. And then when you look at the remaining coverages that are being renewed versus the total premium in 2018, the increase is only about 2.75% from last year, and that total is $28,847. So the total premium is going to be $1,078,538.42. This is still over $323,000 less than we paid in 2017. And even if you factor the fees that we're paying for the broker of record, we're still over $230,000 less than what we paid in 2017. And then bear in mind that while the premium does have a slight increase, we also need to note that the county did add the county airport, which has a value of $1.4 million. So our total insured value is now at $354,487,478. And so this is the point where I'll open it up for questions, and then I'll come back to y'all with it if y'all need a reclarification on the motions that we're going to need. Oh, I'm sorry. The recommendation is going to be the selection committee is asking for your consideration awarding RFP 309919 to Amwins Brokerage of Atlanta for number 1, property and windstorm insurance, number 2, excess flood, number 3, inland marine, and awarding Texas Association of Counties the number 10 automobile liability. We're also asking for your consideration authorizing premium renewals with the existing carriers via the remaining areas of number 2, flood insurance, number 4, comprehensive general and hangar keepers liability, number 5, boiler and machinery, number 6, crime policy with public employee dishonesty coverage, number 7, public officials liability, and numbers 8 and 9, volunteers insurance. So at this point, if you have any questions, y'all can address
Okay,
those.
I want to make some comments, because of course we had, a lot longer time. So just to point out, the volunteers insurance, adults and juveniles, is not much. It did go up a little bit. It's my understanding that the history of this court was that it was brought up and was suggested that we have it, and but it's upon us asking some good questions, just so you guys know, that's not a typical insurance policy that counties carry. It's very weird to me, given that we don't have general liability, but we're going to insure our volunteers. So I wish we could afford the general liability. Maybe you think we can. It's something that I think we ought to work towards. But having said that, I just want you to know that that's an option to take that out, or you might think it's negligible and a good thing, and we can vote to leave it in. So I just want to point that out. I also want to point out that the flood insurance, you might have mentioned this, I'm sorry, the inland marine was a FEMA increase. Is that correct, Chase? No, which one was the FEMA increase?
The NFIP flood.
Oh, the flood policy was, I was right the first time. Okay.
The inland marine increase it's a flat rate renewal. That was an increase in the voting machine.
That's right. The voting machines brought that up. Okay, so FEMA, the insurance, the flood insurance is just a 5% hike,
Just the FEMA rate increase.
just a FEMA rate. So that's something completely out of our control. So just so you guys know that extra 8680 and the 4321 is due to their voting machines creating a little bit more policy coverage, needed there. So I just thought that was important. And then, of course, the volunteer just also indicates for whatever reason, a market increase there. And are there any questions as it relates to what Michael has gone over? I know it's a lot to digest. You might want to look at the limit. It's 354 million as far as the coverage that we're insuring. Is that correct?
Y'all buy full limits on the property insurance.
Right. So that was a question that had come up.
We did look at some different options in the selection committee that they were presenting to us to buy some lower loss limits. It didn't really make much sense based on the return premium.
Right. And just so you know, we actually looked at 200 million, and I think it was a difference of premium of what?
About 6,000 or 7,000.
6,000 or 7,000. So that doesn't make any economic sense. We decided to go for the full limits. What other thing can we address? So really, we've addressed the three major, well, they're not major. The three incidents of increase are one's FEMA driven, one's voting machine driven, and the other one is just the volunteer driven. And then the big increase of 76,000. Why don't you just address market forces in the Gulf Coast post Hurricane Harvey?
That's
perfect.
Market driven. If you look at it, it's about a 5% rate increase. It's consistent with what we've seen in the market, and especially in our area. You've got about a 22-cent rate on your property insurance. That's about 40% less than the other big four public entity clients in the area. So I still think you have a competitive rate. But why is it being generated by 5%? Basically, you look at the 2017 season, which we had Hurricane Harvey, Maria, and Irma. There was about $130 billion worth of reinsurance losses that year. The annual average globally is $29 billion, so that was an awful year. Last year wasn't really much better. I mean, it wasn't $130 billion, but we still had about $35 billion, so it was still above average. We still had the wildfires out in California. We still had Hurricane Michael. Globally, the market was still affected. So you take those 2017 losses over the last couple of years. Last year, we kind of figured out what it was. This year, they're all maturing with public adjusters, that kind of stuff, and that's where the market's driving the rate increases. Okay. Average, what we're kind of seeing out there right now is about 10%. Y'all's is 5%.
Got it.
I have a question. I'm big on looking at the scoring. Why did they only get 20 on that broad coverage and the quality of the coverage instead of the 25?
That was me, Commissioner. I'm mad at them because they do New York law, New York arbitrators. So I put the Pace commercial on them, get a rope. I took 10 points off.
That was a personal choice.
It was a personal choice.
All right.
Having said that, I want to address that because I really made a big stink about that early on. What has given me comfort is that I looked at their financial profile with Chase. He gave me a list of all of their, so this is a brokerage firm, as I understand it, from Georgia. AmRisk is the big underwriter. And then I got to see the 10 or 12 companies that make up the ownership of AmRisk. And they range from Lloyd's of London to just every AIG, every big, go ahead, Chase.
Sure, it's a conglomerate. You got Lexington, who's AIG. You got Lloyd's in London, Zurich, all the big carriers that we've all heard about. But back to the arbitration agreement deal, that was a concern. We've addressed that a little bit.
A lot, I think. You might want to share with.
I mean, we're seeing that throughout, from our Harvey claims that we went through as well. Anybody that has had to use that process to settle their claim, it's been going smoothly. They're not having to go to New York to handle it. It's being done in Houston, Texas. So that's helped. The judge felt like that was a benefit as well. And the cases, quite frankly, have been settled in the favor of the insureds as well that we've seen so far. So
we looked at history. We looked at the Houston location. We looked at their financial profile. But I mean, obviously, I always wish that we could have venue here. So I did take 10 points off. I'm glad you caught that. I appreciate that you looked. But I felt like that was consistent with me looking at that as wish they had coverage that allowed for.
And like we did address from day one, we hope to never have to use that process from the start.
That's right.
One of the things that we have done on this is asked for a designated adjuster that we personally, our agency is familiar with, that is the adjuster on all our clients in the area. And I think that will go a long ways of preventing that from getting to where we are today on our Harvey claim.
Thank you.
So can you guide us, Michael or Lauda, on, because there's different action items here. How would you like us to have the motion first so that I could ask for the question?
We're going to do number 4E1 first, and we're asking for award of RFP 309919 to Amwins Brokerage of Atlanta for number 1, property and windstorm insurance, number 2, excess flood, number 3, inland marine, and awarding Texas Association of Counties the number 10 automobile liability.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And I need a second.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay.
And then now on 4E2.
Yes, sir.
We're going to be asking for approval for authorizing the payment of renewal premiums for RFP 3072-18 for the remaining areas with our existing carriers under number 2, flood insurance, number 4, comprehensive and general hangar keepers liability, number 5, boiler and machinery, number 6, crime policy with public employee dishonesty coverage, number 7, public officials liability, and numbers 8 and 9, volunteers insurance.
And are there any, well, can I get a motion first?
So moved.
So moved, and then a second. And any discussion? Commissioner, you were walking in. I just tried to get a little bit of background, just so we can be thinking about this for next year. The volunteers insurance, which I think was something you brought up, it went up just a hair, but that's out of our control. It was just the market forces. It went from $2,500 to $1,000 more. But we probably should look as a county to general liability. It's just that it puts a little hickey in our, budget right now, but $35,000. But most counties, most urban counties have general liability. They don't ever really have volunteer insurance. I mean, you typically protect everybody. So anyway, in the future, just like your thoughts on that. Maybe we could talk about that later. But just wanted you to know, I know that you were interested in $1,000. I think is still negligible if you think so as well. Okay, having a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye of the remainder. Aye. Okay. So,
if I might add at this point,
yes,
I do want to recognize the fact that we had a really short timeline on this project.
yes,
We started in April. We had less than 60 days to bring us a policy together by June 1st. You guys selected a wonderful broker of record for us. Chase has been very available to us. His assistant, Missy Stecker, is the reason why we have this nice spreadsheet. And countless time that I've spent with the county attorney, Laura and Belinda have helped me greatly as we went through this process to come to some understanding to how we could arrive at this today. So I just want to thank all of those that were involved in helping us get to this point.
Thank you, Michael, and we appreciate it very, very much.
So
Appreciate
you're
it.
saying that Chase is actually earning his money? Is that what you're Good. Okay.
Well, and he's not leaving because we get him the rest of the year. And there's actually other policies that they'll be bringing to us, like workman's comp and some other cybersecurity. And so we'll see Chase back soon. Okay, thank you. Now we've got a budget change order, and it's, let me see, I need to turn to that tab. I don't remember anymore now, the amount. I need to look back. Got it. It's a $10,000, is that right? $10,000, yeah, okay. So, would you like to take us through this change order?
The auditor's office, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Commissioners. The auditor's office is bringing to the court today the budget change order number 14 for fiscal year 18-19 for the amount of $10,371. Nothing out of the norm, but if there's any questions, if there's no questions, we ask your approval.
As I remember looking through it, and I see it now, commissioners, they're all small items from about 10 different departments, JPs, and are at least 3 of them, and so if I'll give you a second to just double check it, look it over, and I'll look for a motion of approval.
Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, thank you. That concludes our main agenda, and at this time, I'm giving public notice that this Commissioners Court, it will elect to go into executive session provided by and authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and the agenda items have been listed and are now being publicly announced that they are in accordance with Sections 551, 071, 072, 73, 74, 75, 76, and then 086 and 087. And we will go into executive session to consult with our attorneys, including matters related to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matter as listed below A through D. Upon completion of this executive session, we will come back, take any appropriate action on the items as we have discussed in executive session. I'm gaveling out now at 12:27. Okay, gaveling back in at 1:52, and we do have some action items regarding our executive session. First, I'd like a motion on the, I left my agenda there.
That's okay, I've got it. Motion to pay on the Belfour agenda item, I'd motion to pay the undisputed amount to be determined by proper invoicing and acceptance of said invoices for actual work done.
And do you have a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then the other action item is on number B with regards to the letter received by San Patricio County in relationship to the lawsuit San Pat versus Nueces. I'd like to make a motion to not accept their settlement offer.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. The rest of the items were all consultations. At this time, I'm going to move to go to adjournments in memory and would ask Commissioner Modis or anybody if they would like to begin. You have none. I know that we had an employee from the credit union who passed away, and that was very tragic, and it was here somewhere, but does somebody have that available for me? I've got it here. Her name was Ruth Coward, Ruth Ann Coward, and she was an employee here in our courthouse at the credit union downstairs. Her funeral services will be in Port Lavaca, actually tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and if you need any more information, but anytime we lose a family member, we want to extend our heartfelt condolences to their family, and we thank them for their years of service here, and they surely will be missed.
Judge, I've got.
Yes, Commissioner.
First of all, our condolences go out to Tyner Little, whose mother passed away this past week, and we want to obviously tell you how sorry we are for that. I know that was a difficult loss for you, so I want to make sure we mention her. Also, Judge, the reason I left earlier was to attend the funeral of Mary Elizabeth Noel Rogers. You might remember Liz Rogers. She was Pat Rogers' ex-wife and was a very incredible lawyer and sister of Margaret Noel Pletcher, and she had a terrible debilitating disease that robbed her of her years, and she certainly is at peace now, but it was a very, very difficult ending for her and her family, but certainly condolences go out to both of those families.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gonzalez?
And one, his name is Stefanino Alonso Perales. After a brave battle with cancer, his nickname was Seth. Passed away at the age of 57 on May the 15th, 2019. Stefanino retired from Nueces County Sheriff Department, also a family of Nueces County at one time, or will always be. My condolences. He's survived by his wife, Sharon, and daughter, Lorraine, and granddaughters, Cindy and London, and will also be missed by the entire family. Our prayers and condolences go out to the Dallas family. It's a neighbor of mine, so we're gonna probably miss him, so.
Yes. And I wanted to also let you know that that I have a beautiful resolution, and I'd like to just read it here into the record. And that is that be it remembered that on this 22nd day of May, after the year of our Lord 2019, there was begun and held a regular meeting of the Honorable Commissioners Court of Nueces County, wherein the following members were present, to wit, Barbara Canales, Carolyn Vaughn, Joe Gonzalez, John Mattis, and Brent Chesney, and Kara Sounds, County Clerk and ex officio clerk of the Commissioners Court, wherein the following proceedings were had, to wit, that I called to order to meeting 9:14 and certified that a quorum was here, all members present at the courthouse. Steve Ray gave the invocation. Judge Canales led the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and the Texas flags. And most importantly, that this court adjourns today in memory of Patricia Clark Little. And there being no further business, we do stand adjourned. And Tyner, I know this is a difficult time. You mean the world to us. It's important that you know that we are here for you. So please, whatever you need, we are your court family, and we know that you're grieving along with your family, and if there is something that we can do together to support and help you, we hope that you will let us know. Just know how much you're loved and how much you're in our thoughts and our prayers. And today is special for all those we've adjourned in memory of, but we wanted to memorialize this for you and for your sisters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prayers go with you. You want to go to a moment of silence?
Yes, let's do a moment of silence, please. Thank you, and we stand adjourned officially at 1:58.
My sisters finalized those earlier this morning. The obituary just went out to the Color Times. It's looking like we're going to do a family burial because of scheduling there next to my dad at like 11:30, and I think we're going to have some services at the chapel at 12 or 12:15 at Seaside in the chapel around noon. Probably Julie will get something out to everybody maybe tomorrow. I just haven't touched base with my sisters yet. Thank you, Margaret.
Teresa.
So I'm I'm turning our mics off, but before I do, just a reminder that we do have now our workshop with regarding boards and commissions, and we're going to get going. I know, Commissioner, all of us have other engagements, so we're going to try to move this along with Margaret's good efforts. You shouldn't have any problem moving it along, because you'll notice that she's created a really nice packet for us. And I think Commissioner Gonzalez has even done a little extra legwork here for us that I can refer us to. And the question I have for you, Tyner, is would you like to lead us in this discussion, or is that kind of how you envisioned it? And let us just
Can we just jump in, Judge?
yeah, I was going to say, can we just
Yeah,
jump
I'm
in?
not up for a long
But what I want him to do is just identify where we can have action today. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Where do you need action?
So there's no action
Give direction.
today.
Well, sorry,
But I-
direction.
I would like direction from the court to see
Got it.
if the court would, possibly entertain an order in the future determining that certain boards would have term limits.
What I think this Commissioners Court is, I think, in unison on the term limit issue. So I think what we could give direction on, unless
Go
someone
ahead.
corrects me, is to say that every, I don't know if anybody wants a different term or whatever, but I think we need to have some consistent term limits on all these boards, whether it's three 4-year terms or 4 3-year terms, whichever.
Whatever.
4 3s, right? So that would be,
Minus certain boards that have statutory, terms.
Right, I think
Ones that we
RTA's
can-
is 8.
Well, but could we not pass a policy that just says even the ones that are statutory, that's our policy? It's not legal, but is there anything wrong with passing a policy?
I don't think it qualifies. I mean, basically, you're basically going contrary to the law. So I would not recommend that you do that.
Well, it's not contrary to the law, it's just not in the law. I mean, it doesn't, right, and I get it. If it doesn't say it, we're not supposed to do it according to how it goes. Okay, well, that's fine. Then
The others,
okay, so then
Okay.
my suggestion for direction would be that we go 4 3-year terms for everyone, and maybe I would like to see, not a lifetime ban, but maybe they have to sit off 4 years or something like that before they come back, or 3 years, or whatever the next term may be, whatever everybody agrees to. I'd like not just to be a lifetime ban, because it's hard to get good people to serve, but at the same time, we want to cycle people off and give people opportunities, but if there's a good person, then we don't want to ban them forever, or I at least don't. So,
Okay, so is that good direction then for you, Tyner, that we want to have some consistency? And I think you could even go as far as those that are statutory. It would be great to, I think it would be very helpful to go ahead and have our legislative team help devise the right verbiage so we're ready for next time.
I'll get with the county attorney's office to make consistent language for the court to consider. Commissioner Gonzalez has,
before we go there, so 4 3-year terms with, what would everybody be okay with a sit-off period? 3 years, 4 years, 3 years?
Can I ask about that?
We're gonna do 4.
Cooling off or sit-off period. So, like, what do other counties, or what does the city of Corpus Christi do with their board policy? Do we know?
Yeah, so just so you know, there's no sit-off period in the port. The danger in that is for consistency, like, let's take the Port of Corpus Christi, because I'm very familiar with that statute. There's no sit-out period. So now you're talking about going back and changing their statute to include a sit-out. So I don't know if, how that's going to go.
We can't change anyone's statute. I mean, if they've got their own governance, then I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones that we appoint that have no governance around them. So if the port needs to be excluded.
No problem.
Yeah, if the
No
port needs to be
problem.
excluded from that because they've got their own.
No, you're just talking about non-statutory.
I'm
Sorry.
right.
Sorry about that.
Right. Non-statutory, and I would just suggest.
And I'd like to suggest that boards be terms be staggered, because, that's also a big issue for, like, I always worry about, like, I actually appointed a board that it was everybody all at once. That seems crazy, like you lose all institutional knowledge if you don't have them staggered. How do you feel about those, Commissioner, that they be staggered as well,
I'm good.
right? I mean, that's how we normally do it.
If we can do them without, kind of as we do
The
it.
ones that are non-statutory, they should have 12 years and they should be staggered with a 4-year sit-out. Margaret, does that make sense? So to the non-statutory boards, the will is 12-year term limits with a 4-year sit-out.
And then there would be nothing that says they couldn't apply for another county board, just on that board.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay,
Absolutely. And that they be staggered appointments.
that's great.
And I think it's the next one that's super easy to deal with is if we have an inactive board, let's name them and remove them.
They're all in your packet.
Well,
Right.
and some of the stuff that I looked at, Judge, was there's a couple on here, and maybe someone can answer them for me because I haven't looked at the packet yet. We just got it, but there's 2 of them, for example, that I think you could potentially combine. You've got the Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, the Citizens Advisory Board on Health and Welfare, and then your new Better Health Outcomes. Could we not put those all under one, big umbrella that maybe if they want to form committees, they can? I mean, I know that may eliminate some people, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to say, to me, we look like we have a little bit of repetition.
What was the third one?
Your Better Health
What was
Outcomes.
the second one? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, number 2 and number 4 on the list, Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities and Citizens Advisory Board on Health and Welfare. And then I'd also thought maybe you could put number 26, the Nueces County Rural Rail District. It's inactive anyway. That sounds like it's kind of a industrial commission maybe situation, but
But it's inactive.
it's inactive, so we could just vote to get away from those.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, Nueces County Juvenile Advisory Council, I know there's a Nueces County Juvenile Advisory Group.
Well, I'm on that one.
Well, but it says inactive, and
There's something that's active with a changed name, Margaret.
was that one Becky Mohat does, or whatever? Anyway, so that was my first one, was just seeing
Yeah,
combine
and just so you
those.
know, my only concern with MHID and health and welfare is that they're totally different. I think my committee is going to be gone. It has a shelf date, so to speak.
Oh, it
Mine is
does?
really just for the purposes of getting some assessments done.
Oh, okay.
And I think mine will go away. But having said that, let me, on the board on health and welfare,
Well,
does
that's,
anyone have a thought on that one? Consolidating, but I was thinking that was completely different, because MHID is going to have,
Yeah, well, that's akin to MHMR board.
right, I
which
think
is-
it's
which is
totally
really
different.
different.
Yeah, very, very different than the Board of Health and Welfare.
is it, though? I mean, tell me what do they do that's different?
One is mental health and intellectual disabilities. The other one is, advising the health department, and not MHMR. It's more health department related, in my opinion.
Remember, they just came and gave us a,
If you look in the back, it has the description of every one of the,
And if you guys think we need to, then fine. I just thought you might be able to put all of health and welfare under one board.
but I think these guys, aren't they
Whatever.
dealing like with water issues and water quality and lead issues and,
I don't know.
I don't, let me see.
Well, that was.
It's okay. I mean, if we don't want to mess with that, then we don't have to mess with it, but I just was throwing it out there, and then the other ones would just be to get the inactive ones off the list.
well,
Yeah.
the board with health and welfare, it's not just Nueces County, it's also City of Corpus Christi members. And it is more for the health department, and then,
And Judge, you may be referring to Rehab or Regional Health Awareness
I
Board.
am, it is RAC, yeah. The guy that came, Dr.
Dr. Mobley.
Dr. Mobley. Yeah, you're right, sorry about that.
The Coastal Bend and the Nueces Housing Finance Corporations.
Board, those are statutory. Those are not, even though she says inactive, you can't touch those.
Right, and we don't want to mess with the finance one, because we might need that one day.
Right. But, yeah, it's, those meetings get called as needed.
As needed. Maybe that's a better way to.
Is that juvenile board the same one as the one they have right now, Laura?
Yes,
So
that doesn't go away, it's
so why would it be inactive? Is that the
I don't know why it says inactive.
Which one, Joe?
juvenile board,
Because we meet.
advisory council?
Yeah, that's statutory.
Yeah, but it says inactive, I mean, they meet.
But I think it's the people, I think this is a different board. This is not the juvenile board that I'm on with Homer.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, look, because look at the members. It's people that aren't even alive. Abel Alonso, Lauren Ranley's the chairperson, Claudia was the,
The other board's a board, they make decisions. I think this one's just an advisory, so that's.
We can look at it and see if it backed,
I can bring that back. I think Homer's operating with another advisory board. And I think the county attorney's familiar with that because there's a jury donation that we need to change a name on.
but what's very clear is that let's flag the Juvenile Advisory Council, because the appointing authorities are the judges, and they have people on there that are not with us anymore. And so if nothing else, you could either get rid of it or combine it. But it sounds like to me that it's in the code, so you probably need to leave it, given that judges make the appointment, but they need to completely update. Like, it's not even the right judges anymore.
I think
These are very old.
I think this is really totally different. You can't combine it because it's totally different. Those are all judges and these are just citizens advisory, but not that they have a purpose, I don't think, because, the judges and what you want, the one you belong to, I mean, y'all make recommendations.
Yeah, so I think, okay, let's just tackle all the inactives and make some decisions. So, on this one, on the Nueces County Juvenile Advisory Council, my recommendation is contact the judges, Margaret, and let them know that they need to have,
I don't think they're gonna do it.
they need to appoint they need to either reappoint the same person or reappoint, but the judges aren't even listed accurately, so.
Judge, let me go backwards too, on the deal that we said about the 3 4-year terms and then a 4-year sit-out. That is off-cycle if someone wanted to come back on a board, so should we do it as a 3-year sit-out?
Yes, thank you.
So that way, if they want to come, right. So
Yes, just in case.
3 years sit-out instead of a 4-year sit-out.
And again, that's all non-statutory.
Right.
Okay, and the next one is the Housing Finance Corporation. Rather than call it inactive, we are the financing corporation. We sit on.
Well, you could say as needed.
Yeah, just change that to as needed. And then let's look at the Rural Rail Transportation District and see if that's statutory.
It is, it's in the
So
statutes.
just put as needed, but let me look at that, see who it is. Oh, no, see, it's all these other people we don't know.
I've been secretary of the,
I was gonna say, you're part of that board.
yeah, I've been secretary since the inception of that committee. Fred Baben, who you know from working at the port, was elected president. It's probably been 2 years since he's called a meeting.
Okay, I would call, since you're a non-voting member, if you don't mind, add to your list of things to do. You should call every member and ask them if they would still like to serve and they need to resubmit. Because let me tell you, this is important. If we were to work on an inland port, this would create eligibility for us to qualify for federal funds for infrastructure.
And so,
And there's gonna be an infrastructure bill at some point.
and make a note that you wouldn't contact Joe, even though Joe's around. He was in that position more than likely as he served as former executive director for the Robstown ADC, so you'd probably ask
Elva
Elva
Lopez.
to do it, or another position, but not necessarily Joe.
Good point. You can tell that by the email. That's not even a valid email for him. He's an executive director for something else. And just so you know, Bob Harold owned Bronco Rail. That's why he was on there, but he sold Bronco since then. So, so on this one, it's update everybody, make them resubmit so that we can appoint them. And this is as needed, but if we ever wanted infrastructure funds for an inland port, this would be very important.
I have 2 boards that I'm concerned about including them in the order,
Okay?
and that is two boards. One is the Historic Commission. There's, so much institutional knowledge there with Anita Eisenhower and everybody. I would recommend to the court that they not be included in that order. Totally up to y'all, though.
I see.
I agree, but with that board, I would agree with what the judge said earlier, is that they need to be staggered. I
Okay.
think that's the best, because we appoint all 20-something of them at once. We just did it
There's-
back in November, December.
Right.
And I love Anita as much as anybody, but what's statutory?
The Historical Commission,
So can we not do that one?
so you can't do that one.
Oh, good, then we don't have to worry
You're out
about
of
it.
the woods.
Which one?
Historical. Well, look, you just have to turn to the page.
Okay, so you're suggesting since it's statutory, the court cannot
We cannot.
change,
What I can do is I can go through all of them and tell you which ones are,
That'd be great.
because the order is just gonna talk about.
Non-statutory.
Yeah, it's statutory. It's in the government code.
okay, then is animal control,
I got a question, like the coastal parks and some of the other ones that says 2 years term, 2-year term, we can't just say a limit of 12 years?
No, if they're statutory, the law has to change.
Which means
It means that
in theory, we would have to take all our statutory boards next time, including Historical Commission, which I know this is going to be a little dicey, and if we're going to go forward in the vein we've talked about doing to where we're trying to do this for every board we have and not just one board, then we would have to take all our statutory ones, including that one, and try to go forward and correct that the next legislative
And
session.
Historical is going to be really tricky because everybody that's on that board has been on that board for decades.
But, if the argument is institutional knowledge, then
Yeah.
Where do you draw the line?
No, I know.
But we need some younger ones on there because they are some quite older people
Anyway,
as
so I guess we don't have to worry about it now, but just know that if we're going to move forward a year and a half from now, not a year and a half, we're going to.
Well, and a board can always form a committee, right? And then they can appoint committee members to be helpful,
So
you know?
Just know that's coming.
Okay. This is the old proverbial, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It makes it tough sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your other concern,
Well,
Tyner?
animal control's statutory. We still cannot find a veterinarian to serve on the board, so,
Why is that?
I don't
no
know,
one
I
wants to do the
emailed.
doesn't pay anything.
and it's required that we have a veterinarian on the board, and we just
They don't have time.
have trouble finding one willing to continue to serve.
And I don't know why we've never looked at combining animal control systems. I don't know why we would have one in the city. I mean, I would think
Well, we need to look at that.
we need to look at some sort of joint effort with the city on animal control, because they have all the facilities and all the stuff, and we're in the dark ages.
You need to be working together with them.
It was combined at one time, and then we started basically carving it out because previously the Commissioners Court didn't feel like they were getting.
Attention?
And things change, and people change, and times change, and this is a new day, and so I before we even deal with that one, even though it's statutory, I think that's just a bigger picture issue, but I think we ought to look at some sort of combination. Anything we can combine and not duplicate services, at least ought to be looked at. It might not work, but at least ought to be looked at, and I think animal control, holy cow, for us to go down the path that we're looking at going, I mean, we're talking, there's got to be a better way to do this.
I agree with you, Brent. I think we ought to get with the city and see if there's any way that we can do something together. I agree. What's that board made up of? The members? What's required?
It's required to have a veterinarian. It's required to have somebody involved with animal services, like an animal services group, like a humane society group. Let me see if I can find it in here.
The reason I ask, it's my understanding that they have the secretary that sits in the Office of Animal Control, and that is such a waste of time for her to go in there to those meetings. I'm just wondering, is there any way that can be removed off of that?
I don't know why she would have to,
Well, she works, and she's on that board, and I think it causes problems too.
so the statute, real quick, is one licensed veterinarian, one county or municipal official, one person whose duties include the daily operation of an animal shelter, and one representative from an animal welfare organization. That's why Chris Cooper has been on there for so long, because she fulfills the duty of operating an animal shelter.
So the representative from the animal welfare shelter could be Juan that runs it. That could be him, right? Or whose duties include the daily operation, and that's probably why that secretary's on there.
Margaret, do you know if the secretary is actually on the board? She's probably going to the meetings to do the minutes.
She does. But they could have a secretary that does that does the minutes, so she's not required to be there. Okay, good to know.
So, I don't know how to solve the vet issue, except for that Texas A&M Kingsville has a vet tech program. And I know it's outside Nueces County, but a lot of those folks live in Nueces County. I think that they might do something, and quite frankly, it'd be amazing experience for those kids. And it's a brand-new program, and it's a really impressive place, so I've toured it. Maybe Margaret, I'll help you get the right information. But I remember that the head of that program, of Vet Tech, was the former vet at like Animal Kingdom at Disney. So he himself is a veterinarian, and I can't imagine one of those students wouldn't want to, in training.
Be a good experience.
So, okay, so let's keep working on those inactive ones or changing the status. So starting at number 1, the Air Quality Service Monitoring Committee, I'm gonna look at that one right now. Is that a statutory?
We already have an air quality group that the county does not appoint members. And so I think it could be argued that the air quality group headed by Gretchen is fulfilling what this committee would be doing.
So maybe the direction on that one, commissioners, is to dissolve.
What number again?
How do y'all feel about that
Number
one?
one.
That's number one. Dissolve because we actually have a full-time person on air monitoring. And
Agreed.
Agreed?
I think any of them that are truly inactive that are not supposed to be like the juvenile one, I think
Okay.
we ought to just,
So
if
can
we're not
we,
using them now, why use them?
okay, so that will be, that one's, that, at least you get something, Margaret.
Goes to bed.
That one's good. And then on number 6, the housing finance, that one needs to just be as needed because you
Correct.
don't want to lose your ability there.
Right.
Okay, the next one is number 9, and I don't know about that. I'm sorry, number 8, so I'm looking at that one right now. I don't know about that one.
That one's been inactive according to Joe Alley, who was on the board for a very long time. And I think it's been like 8 years, Margaret, that they haven't met.
So I think that my behavioral health outcomes on that committee, Brent, is a great consolidation.
Agreed.
I just like to see the names, see if I can draw anybody to come help us on the other.
But on that
What
one,
page is
I
it?
don't think we have sole
One more
discretion
book.
as far as
No.
Okay, well, let me see.
to eliminate it.
Okay, well, let me see.
We don't have sole discretion to eliminate that board, though, because that's made up of CCISD, all the
Oh.
ISDs,
And
There
we're
you
just-
go.
City of Corpus
For
Christi.
us,
Yeah.
just from our perspective,
Just-
because nobody else is doing it apparently.
Well, I tell you, I was on that, I mean, it's been a while already, but I was on that board right before I got elected to city council. And so, I mean, it was board up until then. I mean, once again, it's been a while, but, you know.
I can call the
I
board
just-
contact.
Yeah, call the board
Yeah,
contact.
but then you might get one going again. I don't know. It's up to,
I don't think that's such a bad thing. I mean, I think there was some great work that was done. Now, maybe it's being done in other organizations, and, I mean, that would be my concern, but, I'm not gonna support us taking our name out of being a part of a group if it does get started up again.
well, no, I
You
think.
know what I mean? I mean, we don't need to sort of pot to wake them up, but if they do, we need to keep our appointments there.
Well, maybe
Right.
we just need to call all the other agencies and
Yeah.
say, if no one else wants to do this,
Yeah,
can we
Right.
all dissolve it?
yeah, let's all dissolve, yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Right,
Well,
and like I
that's a good
said,
point.
they can come over to behavioral, and they can come over to quality health. I mean, that's the whole purpose of quality health outcomes, is to address
Yeah, I mean,
the
that's-
multitude of behavioral health
And
needs.
I like that because then it puts it under you instead
Yeah.
of under all these.
But I think we should make contact.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a good resolution there. We'll have to,
Direction. There it
direction,
is.
sorry, direction. Okay, and then we've already addressed 21. We're gonna go to as needed, that's the housing finance. Juvenile advisory, what was our final decision on that one? 22,
You asked us to contact
Contact
the
the-
judges.
oh yeah, contact the judges,
I
sorry.
missed one, there's number 18.
You know, and contact Judge Maderi is the administrative, start with her because she'll give good direction. But again, just go ahead and change up, like, they still have Judge Williams there and they still have Judge Longoria. So that's just not gonna work.
Judge, I had a question, if we're going in order, but over, under item 14,
Mm-hmm. Let's go to that
Nueces
one.
County Bishop Driscoll Drainage District Number 3, we always hear about Drainage District Number 3 because there's not really any activity, because it's all happening in District 2. But also, I just had I guess a statutory question. Why is it Drainage District 2 is elected, but Drainage District 3 are actually appointees of us?
I'd have to look at that to see how it was created.
And they don't have anybody to begin with anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, they do have 3 people.
they have some money, but it's not much from what last I heard, but, I mean, I'm just interested, why is there a difference? I mean, I'm sure maybe something was created somewhere down the line, but,
Exactly, probably statutorily it was created in that fashion.
yeah, I just thought that, I mean, that caught my attention.
That's interesting, yeah.
Well, Drainage District Number 2, the Robstown one, that was created by election in 1915,
I was gonna say, it's.
or
it's about
1911 or 1915.
Yeah, it's 102 years old now,
Okay.
I think, 100. it's
Yeah,
in its current existence, Drainage District Number 2, but maybe they were the only active ones ever, and that this one got left behind and just stayed as an
Yeah.
appointment for us, but I'm just interested in how. do
I think
we
it's
keep 'em around?
good to investigate.
Do we keep them around? That's I guess my question.
Well, they're statutorily created, so we don't
I mean,
have a
but if
choice.
they're not being, well, yeah, I guess, but
I mean, there's actually a tax rate on them. That's set by
That's what I'm
us.
saying, there is some money, there is some money that's collected.
It might be on there, and we don't dissolve them. The thing is, they own a certain part of, the drainage that's there. Nobody touch it, nobody's touching it because it belongs to them. So if they're not gonna touch it because they're not there, we cannot gonna touch it. So this is why things get way out of whack, because nobody's doing anything, because it belongs to somebody else. So if they're not gonna do it, I guess it belongs, our responsibility to do it, so, you know what I'm saying? Right now, we're not, everybody passed the buck and said, well, it belongs to drainage to number two, or number three, right, Bishop, but there's nobody there. So if nobody's gonna do it, why do you need that district? Why do you need that district?
If it was created statutorily, it's,
But they're not elected.
can't dissolve it by itself. It's gotta be statutorily dissolved.
Well, can
So,
we,
depending if it's an appointment or if it's a elected position, you may want to get people interested in running for that position. I remember, a while back, Commissioner, Longoria, Betty Jean Longoria was working on all of that. And, I'd have to kind of search my documents. But it was a difficult situation, like you
yeah,
said.
'cause I don't know that
I
anybody
think
get,
there were only 2 or 3 of them. and
yeah.
They were supposed to be having elections and they weren't, and it's a little bit
yeah.
sticky.
I don't know, if they're not there, we don't need them again. I mean, nobody's there, and we don't need them, I mean. Because we're gonna wind up doing the work anyway, I mean. If you appoint 2 people, they're not gonna go out and get grants to do that work anyway. I don't know.
Okay, so, and the only thing I was going in order with were the inactives. We can go backwards, but, that takes care of all of the inactives that we discussed. And
So what's
That was-
the Finance Committee, what did we decide? As needed?
that's as needed.
And grants review, number 18?
Number 18 wasn't,
That was established by you all. I don't think it's statutory.
I don't think we need it.
Yeah, it was many, many years ago.
To help
Direction.
promote, direction.
oh, yeah, well,
Yeah, let's,
I don't think we need that, because, I mean, I think that's probably, I think Maria hears from me almost on a daily basis.
agreed.
Well, if she was here, it would have been nice if you would have gotten some in.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you, we really work our office, our county judge's office works really closely. I mean, we're giving her tons of work. I mean, until we run out of ideas, but we're not short on ideas.
Don't forget we work her too, Judge.
Don't forget what?
We work her too.
Oh, yeah,
She's gotta do grants for us too.
yeah. No, they're for the county. I mean, we're talking about supplemental funding for,
Sometime with the county, just so you'll know, if she'll do a grant for one of the commissioners, then she'll go to the next commissioner, but, because they won't do 2 grants at one time in one commissioner,
I see.
so.
I think their goal was to kind of evaluate and kind of keep track, because they were trying to be fair that everybody got their projects under the grant. And like the CIP or CMPs, right? It was, they would do like 2, and then the following, cycle, it would be
Yeah.
somebody else's project, so that
Everybody
everybody
get
got
a
a
turn to get a
chance.
grant.
Right, but, yeah, I hear you, but what about the council, though? I don't think we need it, the council for grants.
No, I don't think we need.
Yeah, I don't think we need it.
There's no council.
No, the committee.
On the committee, call it, sorry, it's not a council, it's called a Nueces County Grants Review Committee. So is there any more discussion on that?
We can bring back an order dissolving that.
Okay, thank
board.
you. Okay, any,
So, one of the duties, and we were looking at, what it said about the grants review committee, is that they were looking at all the intents to apply for grants by all the different departments, and then they would, prioritize. So if that's gone,
That's gone.
then you have all these departments wanting to file.
But we're not using it anyway.
But that's what we do it now. They go to her and says, is
I
there,
thought it was still, as far as, when Steve
There's-
was here, they were still doing it.
Well, there's nobody on it now, right?
Well, it was me, it
We
was
haven't met.
Roxy, and, who else?
We haven't met.
Julie, I think.
yeah, no, but they
And-
go to her.
Hey, but I gotta tell you,
And I
I
was
mean,
on it
if
too.
we should apply for as many grants as we can get. I mean, we should never be in a situation where, oh, Commissioner Modis, you wait your turn. I mean, if that happens, you need to run to me.
Reason why is
That doesn't make sense.
competing against each other.
No, it's okay.
But
And that was one of the
I'm
things.
okay with
that doesn't happen anymore, though, because there's too many
If you
different
wanna go
funding
for a grant
sources.
for the county judge, you can, I can, the DA
Yeah.
can, but as far as the commissioners itself, we gotta give everybody the opportunity to, if you really need a grant, then then it's your turn to, because they're only gonna give you one grant every 2 years or every 3 years,
For what, though? What's the funding source? Who competes?
Whoever the,
Waterdale
they're gonna look
Board.
at all the applications. The granting source is gonna look at all the applications and decide who they're gonna give the money to. So if you have two people out of the same entity, they may not score
Well,
high enough to.
Well, then it would be easier to have a policy that just says everybody has to put their grant through the grants department first, or to come to us first than to have a grant committee. I mean, I don't,
Yeah,
that's,
And actually, that's important because sometimes they don't do that. They go off on themselves, and I'll tell you, the judges are we have to clean it up after the fact, have contracts in place and everything, which they should have done.
right. I'd rather do something that said,
Do that, they go outside of that, and Maria doesn't know anything
Yeah,
about
but
it.
that goes back to Maria's budget packet, and I encourage all of you to look at her goals and strategies. This addresses it. You have to know, she has to know ahead of time what her goals are in order to satisfy everybody. You should never be in a situation where one commissioner's grant is more important than another, because she'll never be able to prioritize that.
No, you're right about that. We
So-
we understand
That's why they
that.
had that committee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but,
that's why the judge, I mean.
but has that happened recently?
The court would actually, they would they would pass a resolution, and, I don't remember if it was a resolution or not, but the court would take action and decide, who was gonna file or whatever.
I think the court has taken over what the committee
I think it
would
sounds like the
do.
court is working together.
Yes, I
Hey,
think
if we need it to come back, we'll bring it back. What other one, guys, that you see on here that needs to be looked at? Margaret, you know them so well. The other thing is I think it goes without saying that the direction is that every board and commission should be given a letter that says, have you updated your bylaws? And,
I did send that out.
you did. Okay, so
It's an email out
that's great.
To everyone, however, not everyone replies.
Okay, can you make a list for those boards that did not reply? And then Tyner, we'll have to call them.
And
We can call them too.
Highlighted in green are the ones who replied.
And Lauda, does Tyner's office have to call them? We're happy to call them too. From our office, Maggie can be a part of that solution. I mean, let's work on that collaboratively, but there's no reason to not call and,
The boards that are statutory, like for example, well, actually like the port.
yeah, they have bylaws.
And the NCHD, the hospital district, the coast, I don't know if I have, do we have coastal parks? Do they have a bylaws?
do they have a what?
Bylaws.
Do they have bylaws?
Coastal Parks Board.
Think so. Yeah, I think you'll have them. Yeah, I think they did them. Hey, the other one too on here that we talked about, like the Port of Corpus Christi has their own, but like we don't have any on the Port of Corpus Christi. So do we just need to clean that one up to where it just mirrors what the Port of Corpus Christi is?
No, we're.
34, thank you.
Right, but on our sheet, it says there's no term limits from our end. So the port has term limits, right? Do we just need to clean up the one that says, just to mirror whatever the port does? So that would be the direction on that one, Margaret, is on the port, just whatever the port's is, then we would mirror that.
What do we do now?
What is the port's limits? Three fours or three threes?
3/4.
3 years.
Oh, so we
No,
appoint.
wait,
no,
backwards.
4 threes? You didn't have a 4-year term, did you?
No, I had 3-year term.
Right, so that was 4 threes?
With a max of 4.
Yeah. Yeah,
4
4
threes,
threes.
So that would be what we're doing anyway, so we just need to clean it up on our sheet,
4 threes.
that it mirrors It just says none right now. That's just,
Yeah. And,
And
okay.
spawn, I guess the 3-3s, that's a spawn, deal?
That's pursuant to the agreements, contracts that we have.
With spawn. Is a 3-3.
And we're going to be able to delve into this next legislative session, but the idea here is that you can see that, and John Balls is here, I might call you as a resource witness, because you served as the chairman of RTA, and RTA is 8 years. I'm sorry? 2-year terms with a term limit of 8 years. And so we may be in a situation where as much as we want, a continuous, a type of continuum, or there's a homogeneous, 12 years, it may not be in the best interest. I mean, I'm not sure where the genesis of 8 years was, but I'm just thinking out loud here that this idea, ideally, that we're going to choose 12 years and everyone's going to love it, may not be the case. Why did y'all come up with 8 years? Do you remember?
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners.
Hey.
It feels like
Out in the
evening.
back.
I was going to say, well, we've been here long enough to be evening.
It's getting dark out, isn't it? Oh, wait.
I've been involved in a lot of these organizations. The genesis
Usually
of the RTA is they're under Chapter 451 of the State Transportation Code. So that already existed, and the RTA was born into that.
Right.
Back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So the RTA, San Antonio Via, Houston Metro, there's one other one, Austin, they all have the
Right.
same structure.
Right.
So they
Some
have
of them are
4
legislatively
two-year
done.
You're never going to get 12 years is what I'm saying, because it's a statewide thing, so you're never going to be able to change that one.
Well,
RTA is 4-2s, or what is it?
RTA is a maximum of 8 years for 2-year terms. Now, you could, if you go with this approach of you're going to change all of these statutory boards to be uniform, and then you bracket it for Nueces County, so that those other transit authorities are not impacted.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We could
I
bracket.
usually have one a day, and that was it.
Yeah, we could bracket.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
bottom line is to come up with a policy that's as consistent across the board for everybody as possible.
Yeah.
Well, in respect to the bylaws, each of those statutory authorities, like the port, the RTA, the hospital district, they have their own, they operate under their own enabling legislation, and they have their own governance. They are a final authority, and they do operate with bylaws. Those are internal. So there's really no sense in getting the ports and the RTAs and the hospital, because those are more like policies that are internal, but they all operate under their own legislative enabling authority when they were created, and any amendments along the
Board is
way.
the water code and,
Right, RTA's Transportation Code, hospital district is Health and Human Services, Health and Safety. Right.
Yeah.
So just food for thought.
No, it's all good. That's all good information. Okay, I'm going to bring up
Thank you.
one that was brought to the attention, and this is unbelievable because my Uncle Hiko has been gone for a long, long time. But he was on the Veterans Local Land Board, and so he's on here. And Ram Chavez and Reverend Bennett, and I don't know about Reverend Bennett. He's passed away too, that's what I thought. So that's an example, and by the way, on this one, I'm gonna give direction to, there's not enough information, really, on the board itself. But having said that, we can call Ram Chavez and ask him.
That's on the veterans one?
Yeah,
It's called page
Yeah,
34.
Just call Martin on that one too and get him involved in this. one.
Yeah, that's a good idea, too.
Necessary, but
Veterans Local Land Board Committee. Yeah,
Check with the GLO, because the GLO has a Veterans Land Board. This could be affiliated somehow.
could be. It doesn't give much information here, Margaret. Were we probably looking for some and we didn't find it? Yeah, let's get on that one, but I think the direction there is that one clearly needs new members because they are in heaven. And that's not gonna,
always good to have
that's,
angels looking down.
yeah. Well, and I mean, clearly it hasn't been meeting. Ram is not a silent lamb. He comes very vocal, so I think had they been meeting, we would have known about it. So that one's something to address immediately.
The Regional Health Awareness Board, do we need that board?
Which one?
Regional.
Well, that's the one that came with Dr. Mobley, remember?
That was the other one I looked at combining with too. I forgot that one. Sorry. Thank you.
Dr. Mobley and also our, right, we have, Dr. Mobley's San Pat.
But
And then
there's
we have our-
actually, they've requested this upcoming budget a significant contribution from
I saw that.
Nueces County.
Who did? The Regional Health Board?
Yeah. You remember they recently were here and gave us a presentation on a variety of issues dealing with everything from opiates to water, air quality. I mean, they're tackling from a scientific perspective, what I would call large-scale social issues dealing with health. Which other one here is? Any other? Let me go back to the workshop agenda to make sure that we've addressed everything. The software, we haven't discussed that. It says software 5, would it replace Excel spreadsheets and manual work that Lance would present software by Granicus? I think that comes with a
He's watching, he'll be here in a minute.
I think that will come with a price tag that Lance will tell you about. This is just an option, kind of a food for thought. But it will prevent what we are encountering, which is this, all of a sudden we look up and people on our boards that have been gone for a long time, people aren't meeting, we're not able to communicate. It's my understanding this software does a lot of the work for us. We spend an inordinate amount of time on these boards and commissions, and
Starting next month, because most of them, the terms expire the end of the
Right.
year.
so I think the Granicus was his attempt to solve this problem, and I'm sure he'll come over and tell us about it. But while he's not here, let me go on to, we've addressed inactive, we've addressed bylaws, we've addressed term limits. Let's talk about the conflict of interest for new forms. This is like my big pet peeve here. So statutorily, conflicts of interest must be addressed by each board member per agenda item. And the disconnect that we've had is we need to be able to provide them these conflict of interest forms. But it's my understanding, based on my own service at the Port of Corpus Christi and on the advice of my personal counsel and advice of counsel at the port, that the conflict of interest affidavits are given at the beginning of every meeting, okay? So for example, we ought to have a conflict of interest affidavit here with us. And you're supposed to say, this is how I learned it, are there any conflict of interest affidavits, commissioners, to submit? And then you ask for the submission. Why? You don't execute one in advance because you have no idea what your conflict of interest is going to be for future agendas. But upon reviewing your agenda, you're supposed to have a conflict of interest affidavit presented, and then it should be announced. I should say, Commissioner, at the beginning of every meeting, commissioners, are there any conflict of conflict of interest affidavits to be submitted? And then you say yay or nay. And then we submit to the clerk. That is the proper way to do it, as I've been taught. What we do here is when I appoint somebody, we mail them conflict of interest affidavits. Makes no sense whatsoever. How do they know what they have a conflict of interest on? The only reason that would make any sense whatsoever is that in advance of their appointment, somehow their holdings,
You want to appoint him, so you want to appoint him.
so you won't appoint them. But this comes from chapter 553 of the I think of the government code, and it's just, I think Madison, is that right? No, I'm wrong. Somebody helped me with this in your office. Laura, I don't remember who.
I don't know who that was.
I'll have to find out. Okay, but the issue is we need to understand what this is all about. We're all subject to the code of ethics. We're all subject to conflict of interest. Very important that we provide each board member with the statutory ethics policies on service, and very important that we provide them the copy of what the affidavit would look like. But I just want to stress that you're not supposed to pre-sign anything. At least I don't understand that.
Well, I pulled up the September 13th, 2006 minutes where it showed that the judge and the commissioners all voted on it. And then in the booklet also is the resolution that states, I guess, everything that they're expecting.
Well, right, and I'm saying they didn't either understand it. I mean, the forms are correct. We need to provide the forms. But for example, we ought to have, before every board and commission, you look at your agenda and you say, do I have, even on executive session, you're supposed to, and if you have to guess, you can always withdraw. But you don't have any idea when you're appointed to a board whether or not 10 meetings later, you're going to have a conflict. And then there's another provision of the law that deals with conflicts of interest on the real estate of land. So let's say I own property, okay? If there's, and I'm going to vote on that, on property, let's say and actually it's true hypothetical. Let's say we own a lot next door. And and the county says, I want to buy you that lot from you. That has to do with an interest in land. There's one provision that you'll see in your packet of conflicts. It's only for the sale of land. You have to disclose your ownership in that land. But you don't have to pre-disclose everything that you own to the world. That's not my interpretation. That is my legal interpretation. It's Jimmy Welder's interpretation, and it's my personal lawyer, Doug Allison's interpretation. I do not understand our policy. It is wrong in my opinion. And here's what's worse. It's not helping you. The conflicts that you're supposed to know, we're supposed to be giving them at every meeting that's posted. So, Lauda, I throw it back to you. Those are my opinions, and they're based on 6 years of working at the port where conflicts are critical. And we do it, I know, based upon 100 years of legal that's how it's been done for 190 years over there.
And Judge, if I can interrupt, at the city, that's what you do. When you get in there and you have a conflict that comes up on the agenda, you sign something and the secretary takes it. Because you don't know what's going to come up. You don't know. So I agree with you there.
And we haven't done it, and we need to.
Yeah, I think we need to do it too.
Basically, it's up to the elected official to be conscious of it and be, to look at the agenda and think of, in terms of whether or not there's something in the agenda that is going to be subjected to conflicts in your perspective. And if that's the case, then that's when you do submit that. And you basically abstain from any interaction on that agenda item.
And in executive session, you're supposed to abstain from from voting. And you can make up your mind whether you're really not supposed to, engage. But you don't have to leave the room either. That's not required in the statute.
I'll have to go back and look at the application process for your boards because
Most people do, but
I don't know, because this resolution has to do with conflicts of interest and nepotism, so I don't know if we had, and like an affidavit where you say, you disclose that you're related to somebody
Right, that's correct. That's our own internal policy.
Right.
But anyway, Tyner, I'm thinking that the agenda ought to just have a little one-liner, conflict of interest. It goes right at the top. And I, as the judge or the presiding elected or chairman of a board, says, do you have any conflicts to submit at this time? And then
Okay, so you're suggesting at the very beginning
Yes, yes.
of the agenda,
Yes.
just a conflict of interest
Right.
line.
And you always have them ready, right? You always have them ready, and then you hand to us. Now, if you're really with it, you'll know ahead of time because you know your agenda, and you should have already filled it out. But just in case you make note, you say it. But again, we have to train our boards and commissions, right? I mean, I know that based on service. So what I was going to suggest is, since we're practicing this, every time we have a new member to a board or commission, or you can do it just now, blanket, you send them a letter. These are the correct forms. Please keep them, or you send it to the chair or to the executive director. Please keep these in your file. These are the proper forms to be used to declare a conflict with regards to either executive session items or regular agenda items. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Okay, so I think, Judge, what you're suggesting is that we bring back a resolution rescinding the 2006 order?
Except for the nepotism, I think it's okay.
Actually, it's not, because it doesn't say that you have to file them in advance. So I think that stands, that's your
Yeah.
position, that you have to be conscious of nepotism and
Yeah.
conflicts of interest. It's just when the board members actually fill it out.
Okay, so we need to change up the letter, the letter of appointment.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, just a little training, but when we appoint people, maybe when they come in, we can tell them these things.
Well, you ought to have something signed that they understand the terms too, because they can get in there and do it and they say, oops, I didn't know.
Yeah. So anyway, Lance is here. Lance, believe it or not, everybody has to go somewhere. On the software, can you get
Judge,
to the nitty gritty?
might I recommend that this be a real agenda item next time?
The Granicus?
Yes,
Okay, that's fine.
What's that?
especially if he's going to be willing to pay for it out of his budget.
Really?
Oh, he's,
He'll have to bring a tie for that.
Well, no, you don't need a tie for it. Paying for it, you don't need a tie.
we do it next quarter?
You're not asking for
Got
money.
people that got to go.
He's not asking for money yet. No tie.
Yeah, I just sent y'all an email with the quote, and it's got a kind of general list of stuff. The only thing that I would have y'all chew on is that Granicus, the company that supplies this, is also the company who bought out Vision, which is who our website is through. So, that, I mean, it's kind of putting everything under in a single basket there, and
Was it good or bad?
we've had mixed feelings with Vision, but Granicus is seeming to make things better in the sense that the reason Vision was a problem is because they're such a small company. Granicus is a very big company. They also have Legistar, which is the agenda management software that the city uses. So Granicus is a huge company. They don't have the appropriate amount of WCAG 2.0 compliance in the boards and commissions product as now, but they've already told me that they're putting that into development. So the thing to think about is, this is a product that I think we're going to need, and as you kind of look at it and I present it to you the next time, you'll kind of see why, because it's like a mini HR department that's going on with the boards and commissions, and I saw her like looking, when she was looking at it, like, that would be so nice, you know. So I think it really is needed, but we would need to make sure that they are going to meet whatever WCAG standards on a certain date. But if we wait until they meet it to do this, I mean, we could be missing out on a huge amount of organization. So be chewing on that a little bit, and I can present more.
Costs.
The cost is
It's in the booklet. I know, but tell them.
$16,200 a year is what this product costs. Like I said, it is a mini HR management tool, is what it is.
And it really gives people in the public access to everything.
That's
You know,
the best part.
the best part about it is the listing of boards and availability of open positions, all that's available to the public. And it updates as we change things.
We're a little bit behind here on
Yes.
And we get asked a lot. I get asked all the time. I want to serve because I went out there and told the whole world we're going to be more diverse and we're going to let everyone serve. And then they can't find the information they need. And then worse, the application process, Lance, is so limited. They can't even put their stuff in a format that's really resume looking. It's very, very limited on how Margaret receives that information.
Yeah, the cost that he was referring to is something I had a conversation in the hall. We still don't have the Microsoft piece kicking in next year. So we have this year where Microsoft, the big ticket item that we've been holding the funds in place for, and it won't hit next year either. So the truth is that we could put it in place this year, ride it out next year, and if we don't like it, if it's not really performing like we want, then, we could opt to not pursue it anymore. Other than that, if not, then we find the funding the following year. So we get kind of a year and a half trial of this thing on the funding that is going to be Microsoft later, so I don't want to commit it past 21, 22 fiscal year, because we're going to be using every bit of it for Microsoft. But that would be a way we could step into it without having to budget new stuff and everything.
That sounds okay to me.
That sounds.
But we'll go back, well, I want to bring back the other part, not this line, this is not for you, but.
Okay.
You know, on the boards, before put in the agenda, I hate to discuss all this on the agenda, go through all this and waste all, I think we need to go back and separate those that are non,
Yes, what Lauda offered.
yeah, before we even put it in the agenda, because if not, it's gonna be we're gonna waste a lot of time.
Right, and I have to tell you, Lauda said she'd get that for us. She's just going to separate, Margaret, the statutory from the non-statutory. But I do think we gave a lot of good direction on the inactives to actives and some of the other things.
One more workshop.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what it's pointed out to me is that this wish for consistency may not work, okay, across the board. And also, people need to understand that you got to be for good government. You might get it in small doses, but it's still important. So you shouldn't, the argument that it's right for the hospital district, it's not negated because we don't have it for RTA to match up. Does that make sense? You just can't, you can't do that. You just have to stand firm for the right argument. You can't.
It might be 2 years.
Does that make sense? Because what I think they're leading to is this business of, I'm only going to approve it if you make it equal for everybody. Well, you know why? Because it'll never be equal for everybody. You can't. It's not going to work because it's statewide. And even though we bracketed, this legislative session taught us that even when it's local, people meddle. So nothing's local, right? They say all politics are local, but apparently in Austin, that's not true. They don't want to give us local control. So anyway, guys, I'm going to have to adjourn this because of Commissioner Gonzalez and myself, and we'll lose our quorum. So they're dropping. It's 2:57. Gaveling out. Mics are off.